Yachitinye maisha kwa mpao. Magunde jeria weko.
So you guys know how to implement that. Yeah. Let me take this opportunity as the director of programs and my colleague Patrick, whom I'm working with.
Microphone.
Okay, so I want to officially welcome you once again to this important event. And as Midwestern, we are proud to host you. And I want to welcome the people who are on the roof, in the pavilion. I don't know whether you can be able to hear us very well. If you are, you may wave to us. People in the pavilion, very good. Let's clap for them. So let me not waste any more time. And I'll request Madame Profia, head teacher Chilingo Girls, to lead us in the anthems. And then from there, I'll request Reverend Deca Francis to lead us in an opening prayer. Let us all stand up for the anthems.
Let's pray. We thank you, dear Lord, for your goodness upon us. We thank you for bringing us here from near and far. We thank you for the journey mercies. We thank you for the commissioner and all the guests and ministers. We thank you for your goodness. We pray that in this important gathering, guide and guard whoever is to deliver anything, let it be beneficial, profitable to us as individuals and as a nation. be with us the period we shall stay here. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen. Thank you very much, the leaders of that session. I think we shall not waste any single minutes, but our visitors who are ministers, our Commissioner, Secondary Education, you're most welcome. Assistant Commissioner, you're most welcome. The Director of Education Standards, you're also welcome, plus all the entrance. My name is Celia Manya, for those who have not come, and I'm the head mistress of Chubura Girls Secondary School in Ibanda District and Midwestern Region. And we are happy to host Asshu AGM. And at the same time, I'm the Vice Chairperson, Midwestern Region, Asshu. So at this juncture, allow me invite the host head teacher, Ntare School, to come and give his welcome remarks. Thank you. Timothy.
Thank you very much, Celia. I would love that you allow me to jump the protocol so that I don't say or introduce somebody using wrong titles. My name is Virajana Chibe, Headmaster Ntare School, but also General Secretary of the Association of Secondary School Teachers of Uganda. I'm going to give just a few welcome remarks, but I wanted to make it clear that Ntare School is hosting on behalf of Midwestern. So it is Midwestern that is hosting, but the venue is Ntare School. And because of that, Mr. RDC, who is representing the president, we know when the president is visiting, they always see one chairman is the most important person. Very, very critical. Would I go to Dennis? Because I'm going to make a long speech. I have already communicated using our books, but I wanted to go to Dennis to greet us. He's our chairman, Midwestern. Actually, according to the titles here, he's more important than me. Since he's representing Midwestern, I don't know whether Dennis is around. And Midwestern is former Greater Ankole, Bushenyi and Kigesi. I mean Bushenyi and Marara. All those districts. Dennis is quite very busy. Dennis, please, just come. Because you see, all the meetings, everything that we are doing, Ntare was hosting all this, but the credit goes to Midwestern and not Ntare School. I would love that you really greet us, and then I close with your permission. Yeah, he has something to read. Let him read that. Thank you so much, Dennis.
Thank you very much, my brother and mentor, the resident city commissioner, Mbarara City, the mayor and sports, the director of education standards, the commissioner, Minister of Education, the commissioner secondary, Minister of Education, the commissioner human resource, Minister of Education, the commissioner private schools, members of board of trustees of Asshu present, the chairperson NSTAC and your committee, board members of Ntare School present, the host head teacher, the district education, the city education officer, the district education officer Mbarara, the regional chairpersons, the aspiring candidates for NSTAC, other facilitators present, the head teachers, deputy head teachers, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am called CPA Dennis Yamreva, and I am the chairman Asshu Midwestern for just a few months. Allow me to give a few remarks on this occasion. I am exceedingly humbled by this rare and singular opportunity to welcome you to this Asshu Conference 2022. Organized by Asshu Midwestern, you are all most welcome. Most especially the RCC. Mheshimiwa, you are most welcome. Karibu. We are so happy that when we wrote you that we want to hold this event here, such a big event, you allowed us. We want to welcome the officials from the Ministry of Education and thank you for honoring this occasion. Join me to thank God for the gift of life, the journey mercies, the positions that we hold, and that we all reach this venue safely. Can we all clap for the Lord for this wonderful moment? Thank you very, very much. Allow me to give a thumbnail sketch of the flow of operations during this conference. 1. On daily basis, the members of the protocol or program, the managers of the programs will give guidance on the flow of events, and any changes will still be announced. As you are aware, we expect the President of the Republic of Uganda to be our chief guest on one of these days, and therefore if there is an adjustment, please accommodate it. The event of opening and closing ceremonies, will be covered, and they are being covered by digital TV. So on YouTube, and everybody who has remained at home, you can ensure that they get what is going on. Registration, accreditation, and distribution of documents is being handled as you heard the announcement. Please follow the guidelines. Meals will be served at this very place. We have organized behind this tent, so there will be a lot of movement to save time. And when you pick your meals, you can come over and enjoy your meal here. We have planned how to make sure the place gets back to normal. Dear friends, the washrooms are the extreme end, the other side. But those who would like to stretch just across there beyond those cars, there is a flat that has quite a number of washrooms, and they are clean, and we have ensured the sanitation is perfect. We also have some mobile toilets outside there. We really don't want lines. As far as security is concerned, I want to assure you that security is guaranteed, and I have told you the representative of the president is here, and Major Mugisha Moses, the head teacher of Army Boarding Secondary School, is in charge of that security. You can imagine how tight it can be. We have tried as much as possible to accredit the border motorcycles that are at the gate. We have their details, we have their telephone numbers, we have the number plates of those borders. So when you take a border from the gate, be assured that there will be no problem. A list of hotels has been put on the platform for those who may not know. If you feel comfortable, uncomfortable with where you are, details are there. You can always check and shift to another hotel. And any issue that may come up, please contact us. The dinner will also be handled here, and we shall organize tomorrow when it is going to be handled. 1, Maryhill High School has offered that we can have a tour to Maryhill to see the amazing projects that exist there. They have even a tent for exhibition. Those ones who have intentions of going to visit there, the guides will come here, and you can contact your regional chairs to register so that we can be sure of the number. Want to thank FISA in a special way. That's one of the things that we have to look at in a school setting. One of the best schools in Uganda, girls' school in Uganda, and in Western region. And according to the theme, what we are going to see in Maryhill will be a reflection of the step we have to take and make sure that it is realized. Dear friends, the exhibitions are behind, and maybe what I have forgotten, when we go to Mary Hill, other people who may not go there, you will be allowed to go and visit the entire city. And then you are here at 8 for the dinner. Anybody that experiences health challenges, the school infirmary is open, and it has been announced we have somebody in charge of health services. So if you feel uncomfortable for first aid and simple ailments, please contact us and you'll get the services. Allow me to appreciate our chief guest and our members from the Ministry of Education fraternity the following. Our chief guest, the government of the Republic of Uganda, and for allowing us to hold this. We don't take it for granted that we can hold such a meeting and we are allowed.
We are so grateful that you can spare time, that you are present here. The entire Ntare school fraternity, we are so much indebted to you. I want to thank in a special way USSA for accreditation that was done free of charge. We thank you. Our chief guest, I want to request that you allow me invite the members of the steering committee to stand up. Kindly stand up if you were organizing this function. Every human being here knows that everything that still be working. But I must tell you, some people have been sleeping here to make sure that this one works out. The head teachers and deputies that have come all over from Uganda, I want to heartily thank you that you have chosen first of all to come and you have made contributions in a situation where there is a difficult economic. I don't know how I can go to Christ kind of when we have closed. I know I'm saying that, but the people behind me know it even better, and what we are suffering from, they are very aware. I don't want to say it loud. Dear participants, I'd like to assure you that as Midwestern, we are really prepared to support Asshu and support it seriously. We want to support Asshu, and the reason as why I have offered myself to stand as a General Secretary. To stand as a General Secretary. Operational investment and financial decisions, I make sure that I really add value if I'm given support. This is not a campaigning grant, my dear friends, you forgive me. But it would be unfortunate for me to have this chance and I failed to use it. It is just God given. Trust me, you will never regret your vote if you give it to me. And I'm sure the people that really have worked with me, they know what it means, they know what I go for. I am CPA Dennis Tuyamreva, Chairman Asshu Midwestern. May God bless you.
I think you will be joining us. I want to thank you in a special way for allowing us to use the school, because this is your school as a board, and for also okaying that we use some money to spend, because this is not Asshu money, but Ntare school money. So I want to thank you so much. I cannot tell you how much we've used, because I might be having some auditors, but it is within the means and allowable. Within the means and allowable. I'm happy to report my RDC that we are rated the best school in procurement in the whole Uganda with 85%. So when it comes to these matters, especially accountability, we cannot joke with public funds. So that's beside the point. Thank you for coming. That's what I can say. Thank you for coming. We are very, very excited to even see the first group that came from Lango, Acholi, and West Nile. They came in the wee hours of the night. But we woke up. The deputy headmaster in charge of academics woke up. We had 100 mattresses. We made them sleep in our dormitories. We had our sisters of the Catholic faith. We had a group where to stay. I personally slept with a Reverend Father in my house. And that's how we began. We've been that selfish. I wanted to, in a special way, thank our president, because this group that was in West Nile, I think that was in Chakwans, we wrote to the president and said, when these people finish from Chakwans, we request that you transport them to Ntare school. We made that request. I had my chairman, Okilia. We went to State House and placed that request. And RDC, the president, unreservedly transported those people here. We want to thank him. We want to thank him in that special way. And of course, he's the president of the Republic of Uganda, but again, selfish, I want to say he's an old boy of that school. Yes, with His Excellency Paul Kagame, you should see their dormitories, very humble dormitories. And the ideology was generated from that school. We are very happy about that. So I don't think I have even written the origin of that school, but my communication is about welcoming you. We are having more than 12 tents for service and want to pray that we serve you better. Then lastly, I don't want to say much more than that, because I know today my commission and my godfathers in the ministry. Today is my last day as the Secretary General of Asshu. I don't want to campaign, I don't qualify. I surely don't, but I want to thank you as head teachers, that's my last comment, as head teachers for allowing me to be in Asshu. I remember I was voted in Guru. And by the way, I don't think I was prepared. I remember I was filling my crossword puzzle. Number 7 across was very difficult. 7 letters and I was failing. Then somebody says, Tuliaje Nachime can be our Secretary General. I just looked around. They said, yes, I poured the highest vote. And I remember I told my brothers in West Nile, my RDC, I served in West Nile when God was butchering our Ugandans. Between 2004 and 2002 years, and West Nile welcomed me. My chairman will say, we shall not touch you. I ate their food. I enjoyed in a city school. Those of you are talking about far to rich areas. I would take 60 miles to go for my money. And it will take me 2 days to travel from Pedagogical. Where is the head teacher of Pedagogical? I'm about to finish. Pedagogical, in the current Zongo district. Pedagogical. I served in that school and I told you, please invite me. I went back when we were going to Arua. I promised things, I want to go back. Those people looked after me very well. Yes. We will be escorted by UPDF from Karuma to Papachi, to and fro. And I still remember the last call I got. Somebody was calling me. I didn't want to receive the call. I said, how do I receive this call? Because it would take me 9,000 shillings to charge a phone. 4,000 shillings to take a border to Paida town, 4,000 shillings to go back, and 1,000 shillings to charge a phone. So if you called me, and I find that I don't have your number in my directory, I wouldn't receive. Now I'm enjoying my Anna Karenine by Tolstoy. Quite a very good story as a literature giant, which I am anyway. Yes? And then I see this call. Somebody's calling me. I say I cannot receive it because my battery is going to be low. He keeps calling, I can't receive it. Then last I said, let me tell him that I don't have a battery. Then he said, I am chairman, board of governors, Higeza School. We've heard about you and we think we can work with you. If you are willing, come to Kampala on Monday and we take you to Higeza School. And the battery went off. I needed 2 days of travel. If I did not receive that score, I don't know where I would be. 2 days of travel. Rest in peace, Agura would laugh at me Yes, and I also want to thank you people because in Ntare, I think the decision of my life. I saw Asshu being torn apart. Okiya had stood up, and I saw the whole of the northern region supporting Okiya. To the understanding, I see the whole of western region supporting Kriyacha. And then we have another gentleman who is also standing. Asshu was becoming polarized, and we are going to vote using regions and religion. I said this is not Asshu. We are not going to have an Asshu where we are going to have that. So I came to Okiya, I said, Okiya, one of us must stand down for this post. Unfortunately, it is me who is going to stand down. That's how it was done. It took me a long time to convince my friends, especially Mugabo, who had supported me and said, you must stand. It took me to start sending messages to Westerners and saying, I'm standing there. They said, stupid. Then when they voted me, when they nominated me, they said, do you accept the nomination? I said, yes. They said, look at this fool. You are saying you must. Then when I stood up, I gave the shortest speech of my life, and it was good. I'm happy that I took that decision. I'm happy that you gave me time to do what I have done in the Asshu. Lastly, I shall request, with due respect, our godfathers in the ministry, I have just two requests. One, that we look at the possibility of allowing Asshu to collect some little money so that we build our center. We give money to other organizations. UNSA. So I think we could help us so that we said this money that we collect every school should collect it so that we have our center. It's extremely very important. And I've talked to my peers. We have said that we come up with how Asshu should be helped. I think that's what I should say. I want to thank my Muchisha Moses, who is chairing me in Midwestern, whom I do not have the opportunity to stop, but I want to thank you for always being supportive for Midwestern. How many people have heard that? Loosely translated is that allow me to stop there. Could I request my chairman, Asshu, to come and address us, and then we call another person. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Our chief guest, the resident city commissioner. Allow me, before I make my address, to make a few recognitions and introductions. The colleagues, you will bear with me a little. I've been disposed, but I'm feeling much better this morning, and I can stand in front of you. Allow me, chief guest, first introduce ministers, the chairperson of the trustees of Asshu, Association of Secondary School Teachers. May I request you, madam, just to stand up for recognition. The chairperson of the trustees. Very robust and meticulous. Allow me also request all the members of INSAC who are present here to stand up for recognition. Allow me also request all the regional chairpersons of the 13 regions to stand up for recognition. When I will be introducing the members who have come from the different begin with the host. All members from Midwestern, please stand up for recognition. To the chair. Thank you so much. I'm told some are not here because they are working. May I request members from Kigesi region to stand up for recognition. Kigesi region. Thank you so much. May I request those from Greater Masaka to stand up for recognition. And that is where brother comes from. May I request those from Central region, Central, to stand up for recognition. Central. B. Thank you. May I request those from West Nile region to stand up for recognition. West Nile. It's very good. I didn't expect it. May I request those from Soga region to stand up for recognition? Soga region. Thank you so much. May I request those from Valley region? This is one of the biggest regions again we have. Valley region. Thank you so much. May I request the Teso region to stand up for recognition? Thank you so much. May I request Bunyoro Kitara region to stand up for recognition? And lastly, may I request Resort region to stand up for recognition? Oh, I've forgotten. I have Karamoja region. Thank you so much for the sacrifice. I have a Choli region. Choli region. May I also request lastly Lango region. Thank you so much. I'll now make my address. Our chief guest this morning, the resident city commissioner, the Directorate of Education Standards, the chairperson of the trustees, the director NCDC, the commissioner government, secondary education, all the ministry officials who are present here, the facilitators of this workshop, the members of INSTAC, the regional chairpersons and their councils, the district chairpersons and your executive committees, my brother, the host, head teacher, and the general secretary of Asshu, as well as the administrator of the association, my professional colleagues, the head teachers and deputies present here today, ladies and gentlemen. I feel profoundly gratified and humbled to welcome you to this meticulous occasion of the AGM of Asshu, hosted by Midwestern 2022. The fact that you so decided to consider this interaction among your priorities warms me with a heart of thanks. My colleagues, thank you so much. Friends, despite the fact that we experienced several setbacks that adversely affected our schools and structures to adopt and ensure successful plans, I am pleased and impressed that we enhanced education productivity to bring about commitment to teaching and learning responsibility. Thank you once more so much. We thank God Almighty for giving us life to see this day and to experience the fulfilling joy of brotherhood and sisterhood as we engage in fruitful professional bounds. We are desire and treat him to impress upon our hearts the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to discern what is right as we deliberate. May I take exemption to welcome all the newly appointed head teachers and deputies, and equally important to recognize members who are in attendance for the first time. You are all warmly welcome. I note with satisfaction and special thanks to each of the school managers here for the envisaged strong leadership you provide, shouldering the strain of daily school preoccupation in commanding the confidence of education stakeholders, in the way you unveil the ultimate effective and efficient service delivery. The essence of our leadership is to nurture our learners to greater heights and to provide exposure that responds meaningfully to the contemporary challenges. Accordingly, I would like to thank you, the Assembly of Head Teachers here, because secondary is a seedbed where all talents are tapped, and this gives us pride. Gratitude to Asshu Editorial Board for the unflinching effort in giving time to gather, organize, and put content of brilliant significance, effective ideas and concepts and messages beyond our ordinary imagination. In the same vein, I am obliged to thank the General Secretary for assembling ideas and concepts that could not be easy to comprehend into a consumable report. It was an absolute task drawing views from NEC, and I want to thank you, Jimmy, my brother, for the opportunity that you gave me to lead Asshu as an association, for the opportunity you have given us to host us in this school, and for what you have done so wonderfully with all the networks. Thank you so much, Jimmy, my brother. I want to add that I will remain indebted to you for the experience that I've immensely acquired. I also want to thank USSA, my brother Kanya and Mugisha for their role in accreditation and its sponsorship. We do not take this for granted. Thank you so much again for the accreditation. Allow me also to thank Midwestern for the extra mile we went in resources and endeavor to see a successful AGM. It is my prayer that we reach the pinnacle of our workshop. I want to pay tribute to the trustees for immeasurable pieces of advice and guidance to the association all the time. I thank the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education and Sports, as a technical team leader, for the innovation of education enclave that stands for all as a panacea for reconstructing the profession to ensure we have a robust institutions, resilient teacher community, and transformational sector where citizenry can attain life with dignity. I am also indebted to the directors, Director Basic Education, the Director DES, the Director NCDC, and our Commissioner, Government Secondary, in the Ministry of Education, for the credible guidance that has helped determine the base of quality. I do not take for granted the significance of the auxiliary arms of Ministry of Education, DES, Education Service Commission, UNEP, NCDC, that have closely worked with Asshu. The theme of this year's AGM is enhancing competence-based curriculum and quality education for global market. The role of Once more, colleagues, I would like to welcome you to this occasion. I am fairly sure that this is just a welcome remark. I've yet 2 other speeches to make to you, one during our IGM and one during the closing ceremony. And that is where we shall avail our challenges and the success story of Asshu during our tenure, which has been the longest but also interrupted by COVID-19. I say all this for our vision, united for professional and quality school leadership. May God bless all of us.
A big hand clap to the chairperson Asshu and his matron and the best man. Thank you very much, John and Mr. Serunjoji, for accompanying him. And thank you all the speakers that have really energized us. I was so much impressed by the person who was invited to give opening remarks, and then he started campaigning. That was CPA Dennis. Then thank you very much for stealing the show. And I want you to appreciate Asshu leadership for this innovation. I've been in leadership for close to 9 years, and I've never seen officials from the ministry as big as this number. Let's clap for them. And this is all done by Asshu chairperson plus your leadership, and of course, on a special note, Midwestern region. We are blessed, more than blessed. So at this moment, all has been said by the 3 gentlemen. Allow me to invite the chairperson, Masaka region, to come and invite the Commissioner Secondary to give his remarks.
The Lord is good, and all the time. Is that the way you clap for God? If I had powers, I was about to ask God to take back his life and remain without it. But now that I don't have it, please give me your life. Brother Augustine Mugabo is my name, Head Teacher St. College Shogu, and Asshu chairperson, Greta Masaka. I've been given a simple task, I wouldn't call it a difficult one, to invite our own. When you are inviting somebody who's used the waters in which you swim, it becomes very easy. Do you appreciate arts? I'm a teacher of English language and literature. Allow me to invite. When I'm inviting Mr. Grover Sam, it becomes very easy. He's a man who has journeyed with us. I remember when we went to South Africa, Cape Town, I had the opportunity to sit with him in the plane. Though he occupied the window, we could reach somewhere and we changed, but I was fearing him because of his weight. I think God was already telling me that anytime he's becoming a commissioner. So Mr. Commissioner, sir, may I take this singular honor to invite you to address your own.
Thank you so much, Chair. Those days I had the weight, but now it is gone. Our chief guest, RDC Barada, senior colleagues from the Ministry of Education and Sports, the leadership of Asshu, the chairperson, Board of Governors, Ntare School.
Dear head teachers, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'm so happy to see you in big numbers. Welcome. Before I make my presentation, let me introduce officials from the Ministry of Education. I know that protocol has been broken, but I'll forgive those who broke protocol because we are from COVID. Ladies and gentlemen, before us, we have officials from the ministry and others are coming. By the time we close, we shall have more officials from the Ministry of Education. I have a senior education officer, Mr. Mugisha David Moses. Mr. Mugisha is in charge of Western Region. I have two directors. Directors are my bosses now here and there. So when we came in, the MC only recognized the commissioner, but my bosses were here. I want to apologize on behalf of that MC. We have Dr. Triagenda, Director Education Standards. We have Madam Baguma, Director National Curriculum Development Center. But I want to introduce the other guests. You'll allow me to say more about Madam Rose Zinga. Kindly stand up. I am aware that many head teachers who are present here are relatively new head teachers. A number of colleagues have retired, and we need some time during these meetings to give the history of Asshu. It is very, very important. This Asshu is what it is because of that lady. She is the chairperson of the trustees of the association. There are only three. We have her, we have Dr. Nsubuga, and we have Regina Raboke. She was a chairperson of Asshu between 2006 to 2012. And we used to call them the girls. Because Asshu, the executive of Asshu at that time had only 2 men. The rest were ladies. And they did well. Today I'm told the things are changing. She served for 6 years. She was so popular, she would have changed the constitution, but she didn't change the constitution. Rose is a teacher by tribe. By DNA, you couldn't get anything like tribe during our Asshu times. It was not there. She has served for 37.5 years. Her service time is 37.5 years. She has served as a teacher, a deputy teacher, a head teacher, and currently she's a member of Education Service Commission. Rose was the founding chairperson of Kahegosa. This is Asshu Kampala. She was the founder. She was the first chairperson of Nashu. At that time we used to call it Nashu. And she was the first woman chairperson. She's the first woman president of African Confederation of Principals, ACP. These are the many trips we used to make to Accra, to South Africa, and I was the chief photographer. And I still have those photographs. I think I will send them to executive for our memories. She was also a member of International Confederation of Principals. The executive that is coming in, we should make networks with this association so that the head teachers travel for benchmarking. She's a capacity builder in leadership and continuous professional development. She's a mentor. Personally, she's my mentor. Zizinga is a master trainer and in validation of facilitation for British Council. She has worked with British Council for a long time. Now, rebranding of Asshu from Nashu to Asshu and development of that constitution, that beautiful constitution, was done by her when she was a chairperson. Ladies and gentlemen, I thought cheated not to say more about Rosie Zinga. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so delighted to be here to meet with you face to face after a long period of time. When we last met, none of us could anticipate that schools would be closed for such a long time because of the pandemic. 2 years were a long time, and so many things have happened from that time to date. The plans that we had in terms of personal development and institutional improvement were severely disrupted. Many of us lost our dear ones. Some head teachers are not here with us. During that pandemic, they were unable to survive. We pay our respects to them. But in particular, we lost a great officer and a friend of many, the former Assistant Commissioner, Martin Osborne. I kindly request you to stand up to observe a moment of silence in their honor. May their souls rest in peace. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all noticed that during the last 2 terms, our learners have come back from the long closures with new and intensified challenges. Some of them have come back as parents, others have taken on alcohol and drug abuse. All this means that we have to address the psychosocial challenges for both our students and our staff. And this is not only limited to students, even staff. We also have a lot of challenges with our parents. Many of them are constrained to pay fees to adequately support their children at school under the current economic challenges. The economy is also limping. I am aware that during the last quarter, USC schools received on average 16% of their grants, of your grants. But just to strengthen you, today when I was coming, I made a call to our planner and I told him I'm going to meet the head teachers in Mbarara. Can you give me a message about capitation grants? The Minister of Finance is trying to regulate inflation, but I was assured that PS is going to write a letter to Minister of Finance so that this money can be remitted at an appropriate time. We have all the hopes, we shall do the follow-ups, so that when we open 3rd term, something could have come up. What does all this mean to you, ladies and gentlemen? amidst all these challenges, it now means you have to be a little more innovative, more creative, and more efficient in planning and implementation of school activities. You are not going to sit there and lament. We have given you the school. You are not going to run away from these students. You are not going to run away from these teachers. The mantle is on your head. See what to do. That's my message. See what to do to run our schools. Admittedly, we have had incidents of school strikes, some of them quite violent and destructive. This is indeed regrettable, and we need to quickly find a lasting solution to the growing students' unrest in our schools. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to address the following 7 issues related to strikes. The first one is poor communication and feedback mechanism in our schools. Some of you leave schools, you go to Kampala. Instead of communicating to the person you have left in the school, you communicate to the secretary or the cook. These are issues of communication, and they are causing strikes in schools. Number 2, mismanagement or poor supervision of co-curricular activities. Take interest in administration of those co-curricular. That is where the problem is. That is a red spot. Even people who don't like the school will use that to come in. They will use those students. They will put on your head unreasonable demands. And when you don't meet them, the next thing you see is a strike. Take interest. Take interest in the people that you appoint to lead these co-curricular activities. Be mindful about the coaches that we recruit. Coaches, some of them are a problem. They are not in our structures in the school. It becomes very difficult to reprimand them. They are very close to the students. They are darling of the students. Whatever they say, the students take. 3, staff address, staff discontent and disunity. Even if it is one staff, don't take it lightly. He can influence the rest. Take care of unaddressed concerns of learners, whether genuine or not genuine. Listen to the learners. Number 5, unfair disciplinary processes and punishments. There was a school that caught fire one time. When I went to that school, chief guest, the school had got over 50 rules to the children. 50 rules. And the children had nowhere to turn to. So they had to vent that anger in a different way. Take care of these processes of discipline. Number 6 is limited engagement with students and their leaders. Engage these students and their leaders. Give time to the students. And number 7 is extreme cost-cutting measures. Of course, the schools are now challenged. The measures that you, in Ntare here, I think the menu has got, the menu for students. How many meals a day? $87 million shillings on meals per week. That is Ntare. That is computational ground for a school in Apache. For a year. But the moment you decide because of economic conditions and cut down on this menu, you'll get problems. Dear members, allow me at this juncture to commend the outgoing leadership of Asshu, who even under the very difficult times have kept the Asshu flag flying. We elected Asshu, and just immediately after that we entered the lockdown. But despite this, they have tried their best. For example, when we developed the COVID-19 guidelines as a ministry, we actively engaged Asshu, and I would like to thank Ms. Okiria for having worked with us. As we now focus on the post-COVID-19 recovery, it is reassuring to note that the leadership of Asshu is being proactive in a bid to find solutions to the critical issues affecting our education sector. I want to call upon the new leadership that is going to come in tomorrow to identify priorities of the head teachers and work on those priorities so that when we meet again, we should be able to lay on table a balanced sheet. This is a challenge that we are leaving with the executive that will come in tomorrow. One challenge, and indeed an opportunity, is the implementation of the new lower secondary curriculum. I am elated to note that Asshu has already identified this priority as per the year's theme of the AGM, enhancing competence under curriculum and quality education for global markets, the role of the teacher in fulfilling this. This is a very good theme. Perfect. Let us revisit, let us support the new lower secondary curriculum. I know there are challenges, and Madam Bakuma is here, is going to interact with you. We have challenges, yes, in implementation, but let us carry this baby forward. It goes without saying that curriculum implementation is the head teacher's first mandate. That's your first mandate. Therefore, we need to focus our efforts and resources on effectively implementing the new curriculum to enhance the job market competencies of our learners, as well as ability for long life journey. Critical among the requirements for effective implementation of the new curriculum is teacher preparation and support. The teacher has to prepare. The curriculum requires that the teacher has to prepare, and the teacher has to be supported. And the support comes from the head teacher and the parents. But it's the head teacher to mobilize the parents. It is your duty to support the teachers, support them with school-based capacity building and with the required facilities. That's your role. Support the teacher so that the teacher can implement the curriculum. Going forward, Asshu leadership should tailor the association's priorities to supporting effective implementation of the lower secondary curriculum. That's number 2. Asshu leadership that is coming tomorrow. Tailor your priorities towards supporting the lower secondary curriculum. We shall give you support and we shall work together to achieve this. I am convinced that Asshu is on the cusp of greatness. It is at this point of transitioning from a successful head teachers association to a truly professional education leaders fraternity with a critical role to play in improving the quality of education delivery in this country. Asshu is one of the strongest bodies we have in the sector now. And let us not be divided. Let us not be divided along tribes, along regions, along religions. Let us work together like we have worked together. When we founded NASHU by then, I was a member. And we used to pay the annual subscription to sustain the association. That's why we were able to buy land in somewhere in Wakiso, I think. But that land has lied idle up to today. We are sitting on resources. We have very prime land. We need to support Asshu as a teachers. Let us pay. Those days we used to pay very willingly. We don't need to engage UNEB to have us pay our dues for our own work. Now, gentlemen, ladies who are going to be voted tomorrow, focus on 4 things. Strengthening the spirit of togetherness and unity of purpose among Asshu members. I am your supervisor. I know why I'm saying it. We wouldn't like to see this giant collapsing. Mobilize members to make the required contributions. The other day I was talking to Brother Mugabe. I said, you don't need to be beggars. You have the resources. You are not only tapping into the resources. Each one of you in your schools organizes a function every term. And when you organize a function every term, you take water, you give your visitors water. The students take water, parents take water, boards of governors take water, and so on. And this is a lot of money. You take money and go and buy water. I was telling him, why don't you produce water, Asshu water? And the market is there. You sell this water in Apache, in Arua. You have your structures that can market this. And we get some money and build our center. There are so many things that you can think of strategically to get money. Now let me go to my work. Dear members, at this juncture, I would like to highlight a few areas that the Department of Government Secondary, through monitoring and support supervision, has identified, and this requires your attention. The first one is school governance and management. While the Board of Governors is a statutory body in the management of secondary schools with clearly stipulated functions, we continue to see boards that are either non-functional or doing what they are not mandated to do. The following are some of the common problems in many boards. Number one, which is very common, is the use of expired boards. Some boards have expired and you continue to use them. Just to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that it is illegal to use an expired board. And all the decisions that you take using an expired board are null and void. Those are the words, null and void. Whether they pass a budget, that budget, we don't know it. You are spending money from the consolidated fund illegally. But what should be done? When a board is about to expire, start the journey 6 months before. You know that the board will expire in January next year. Start now. Write to the constituencies so that by the time it expires, you already have one in place. 2, some boards are not offering any strategic oversight to the school administration. The role of the boards is strategy. They give direction to the institution. Some of them are doing management, operations, day to day. I received chairmen of boards writing letters of administrative nature. A chairman writes to the commissioner that we don't have teachers of physics. I saw a letter from a chairman from Kasese region writing to me that a teacher had absconded. Now that gives me a picture that where is the head teacher? It means the head teacher is not doing his work in that school. So some of these letters these people write, they expose you to us. We pick interest now and say, oh, I think there's a problem here. The other one is about mandates of boards of governors. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't mislead the boards. Don't make the boards to think that they have all the powers in this world. The law that governs the boards is clear. And some of these board of governors are very well-groomed people. There was a school in Arua. The head teacher convinced the board to write to me. It was a caretaker teacher. To write to me, telling me that, he's doing very well, and therefore they are recommending that he remain in the school to act. But there was a body chairman who asked the head teacher a question in a meeting, and he said, do we have the mandate? Can you show us the law? And the head teacher had nothing to say. This exposed the head teacher in front of that board. Relate with the board in as far as the law is concerned. But you tend to tell the board that you are the alpha and omega of the school. If once you decide that is it. You heard of a school which sold the school land. School land sold. Resolution of the board is there. Today, as I talk, there is a school in Wundibujo, I think, yes, Wundibujo. A head teacher, one of you, has taken the board to court and is demanding 550 million shillings. Why? Because the board we posted him to a school and the board rejected him. That's not their work. That's not their mandate. He has taken them to court, as we talk. For defaming him, they said no, where he came from, he had raped students, he had done what. So he's saying, okay, I want you to prove to me in court. The mandates of the board should be clearly spelled to them. The other one, the boards are not getting the necessary technical advice from you, the head teachers. We are there to support you. That's why the ministry is there. Get to us. Let's induct these boards so that they know where they are supposed to stop. Some of them are becoming a problem to even you yourselves. Yes, because you misled them to think they are very powerful. They are now saying, oh, we don't want this head teacher because we have the power. Commissioner, take back your man. But I tell them, you don't have the power. They said, no, but the head teacher told us we have the power. I said, okay. Boards are overreaching their mandate and conflicting with the head teachers and also the appointing authority. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to take keen interest in school governance and management. Let your boards be inducted. Invite us. We shall help you to induct the board so that they understand their mandate from day one. But I want to say that the above problems are usually a consequence of boards that have not been properly selected. Take interest in the selection and the qualification of a board member. There is a school in Busoga, Namutumba. The people who are on the board submitted papers for different people who are working elsewhere. It's a new forgery that is coming, and this is under the eyes of the head teacher in that school. He knows that this man is not called Chintu. Chintu is his son who is another DC somewhere. But the man is literally P4. But you are there, head teacher, just because you want to pocket the board. They don't give you any strategic direction. They don't. The next one is staff performance management. Ladies and gentlemen, experience has shown us that even with the comparable resources, some head teachers produce much better results than others. The question is why? I want all of you to think about that question, why? And I'm not going to give you answers here, but just go back with answers. Why? The resources are the same, the manpower is the same, but the results are different. Why? You'll give me an answer when we meet next in my office. But the point I'm trying to make here is that this is because some head teachers are better as result-oriented management, at results-oriented management, and the performance of their staff. There is an example again of a school in Amorata. We have a teacher. He is full-time in Amorata, a science teacher. Full-time on the payroll in Amorata, but also working part-time in a big government school in the central. And he has dictated 4 days for the school in the center, 1 day for Amorata. And the head teacher is looking. The head teacher said it is okay. You go and work. I am not here to talk about salary increment. That will be another person. But I want to tell you, you may not have the money, the salary, but you have the power. You have the authority. Even if you get your 4 million, I still retain my authority over you. Yes. I'm telling you. And now, we need to really, as we push forward our requests and the issues, we need to try to manage the situation better now. You are all aware of budget cuts in all public institutions. The reality is that we shall continue to be confronted with inadequate resources to do our work.
More levels. You should have avoided the assumption that a teacher's poor performance is always due to the individual's laziness. Sometimes they need to be supervised. Some of the causes of poor performance in our schools include the following: poor systems of work. Some of our schools do not have systems at all. You are in autopilot. The school is operating casually. out-of-date policies and practices in our schools. Inadequate supervision, poor communication, I've talked about it, poor working relationships which cause distrust, stress, and apathy. The head of school should address all these issues and also attend to personal issues of teachers. Make sure you empower your teachers, promote teamwork and collaboration, help each other, help the teachers to grow and develop, and also provide support and recognize their efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, a common consequence of a head teacher, a common request of head teachers in my office is to have teachers transferred for non-performance or discipline. I want to repeat it here that this is not acceptable. Part of your work is to get the best possible performance from every teacher by managing them, not getting rid of them. Manage the teachers. Discipline them within the systems. We were in Champions last week. And the head teachers, some of the issues raised by the head teachers of Lamu, Acholi, and West Nile was a concern about overstay of teachers in schools.
The time you leave this place, we are going to give you a form to fill, or forms to fill, so that you give us data about these teachers, current data, so that we do something about that problem. The issue was raised, and the PS has given us to start working towards it. So we shall need information so that we see what to do on this matter. Delayed submission of work plans and school budgets. As part of your planning, you are expected to work with the board to have in place the annual activity work plan and budget. Some of these budgets delay, and some of you don't even submit. So I'm calling upon you, ladies and gentlemen, that this is part of your work, and it is mandatory. The other area I want to talk about is indecent entertainment events and the students' behavior during co-curricular activities. The Ministry of Education and Sports is concerned about the increasing cases of indecent and obscene conduct of students, either on school trips or on entertainment events at school. They come to you, they are very innocent, they request for a function on a Saturday. By Friday, you just okay the function, then you leave the school. You don't know what goes on. You have not even interrogated what activity it is going to be. And at the end of it, we get problems. The Ministry of Education in this regard is developing guidelines to be followed in organizing such activities, and Asshu leadership have already been consulted. We want to guide you on how to manage this problem, because some of them are very big. Very big people come to you to have these functions in your schools. And sometimes you even fail to say no. But we are developing guidelines in this area. School fires. We are also extremely concerned about the increasing incidences of school fires. On the 14th of March 2022, the Uganda Police presented a report on school fires since reopening of schools in the first term. The report indicated that there had been 24 fire outbreaks by then, which unfortunately had resulted in the loss of 7 lives and destruction of property worth billions of shillings. Since then, more school fire outbreaks have been reported. Now, what are some of the causes? Suspected arson stood out as the common cause. Arson, deliberate, bad people, enemies of the schools were the ones doing this. So head teachers, for you as a head teacher, you should acquaint yourself with the security guidelines to education institutions. These guidelines were issued by police in 2008, and they still work up to today. Now, among the other things the school should have are the following: safety and security committees for staff and students, as required by basic requirements or minimum standards; controlled access to school premises; mechanisms to address indiscipline among students and staff; crime prevention awareness mechanisms, which may include suggestion boxes, clubs, community engagement, guidance and counseling; structural safety measures like lighting, dormitory matrons, patrons, school askaris, and so on. We may have neglected these things in some schools, but they're important. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to end. This is my area, and I want to thank you for listening to me attentively like this. But I want to end on this note with some two announcements. We are having a project for greening of all schools in the country. Greening of all schools in the country. The First Lady solicited for support from UNDP, and UNDP has agreed to give the First Lady that support. I know she will talk about it when she comes here in a few days. We are going to have the trees, the schools have trees like they used to be those days. We are going to do the greening, the live fence around the schools. We are going to plant trees within the school for shade, for fruits, etc. But those of you who have extra land, we are going to plant woodlots for firewood. So very soon we shall require information about your schools, and we are hiring a consultant who will come to your schools so that we identify trees which can grow in which area. And this project is going to be launched by the First Lady on the 23rd of next month in Ntare Secondary School in Kapchorwa. The chairperson of Kapchorwa, Asshu, should get in touch with the head teacher of Ntare to work with our office on this program for that day, to launch this project in schools. Just prepare to receive us. We are going to use the students. We are going to train the students. We are going to have to reactivate the environmental clubs in schools, and we are going to use these students to train them to do that work. Secondly, we have requested the President to be with us here as chief guest. We are still waiting for a communication. As soon as that communication comes through, we are going to communicate. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to continue playing an active role in contributing the activities of Asshu. This is a very important platform for your professional fraternity, but also having a united voice in this country. I want to thank you for coming. I want to thank you for sacrificing your time, and God bless you. Thank you so much.
A big round of applause for our Commissioner. From West Nile region alone, a big round of applause to him. The Commissioner is continuing. Let's give him a chance to do some other activity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now take this singular honor to invite the RDC, who is our chief guest, to address us. RCC, they are called RCC. RCC. Sorry, Mr. RCC, you know this COVID has caused us problems. What matters is not the title, but what you are. Officials from the Ministry of Education, the directors and the commissioner, and your team, the leadership of, is it Asshu? Asshu? The representative of the mayor of Mbarara City, brothers and sisters, the head teachers from all the regions of this country, our host, head teacher, the head teacher, Ntare, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank God that the management and the organizers for this function thought it right to bring it to Mbarara City. Welcome to Mbarara City, a very beautiful city that, as you have seen it, a city that is developing every day and night. And by the way, we have given ourselves just 5 years with Kampala. And there is no doubt about that one. It's not debatable. The Kampala people must prepare for a fight. And for us, when we begin to fight, we mean it. And it will be in terms of development, not any other thing. I'm sorry that I came in a bit late because I had a meeting which I had organized before, and a very big one. And after this, I will run back to it. Why did I save this time? Very important people, all these brains that are in Uganda, the producers of knowledge, when they come to your place, you leave everything and come to welcome them. I always love your motto. I'm not a teacher. I only taught in Kada courses, and I was called a fake teacher. Nyuma geuka, kushoto geuka, and that is my area of teaching. By the way, my name is I'm Colonel James Mwesige. I'm the resident city commissioner here and the servant of the people of Mbarara. And I will be happy if I can be a servant of all of you from your district. And I have served in other districts. When I look around, I see comrades, I see brothers, I see sisters that I have worked with, because I've been around for some time. But I come from the central.
I want to thank you so much for the great work you are doing for this country. Because when I always look at your motto, is it because we are, the nation is, and indeed, because you are, the nation is. Because the teachers and the head teacher that were in Ntare at that time produced President Museveni, produced President Kagame. They have produced, teachers have produced all of us that are seated here. So I want to thank you for the great work you are doing amidst all these challenges that you all know. But I thank God that there are also challenges. Because if there were no challenges, a leader is not necessary. You are a head teacher because there are challenges in that school. You are taken there to handle those challenges. I'm an RCC because there are challenges around here. So always thank God that you are chosen among the many to fight and solve those challenges. I know the challenges you went through. They have talked about them, the COVID period. After that one, then the science teachers went on strike. Then we struggled. Then when they came back, the arts teacher on strike. When they came back, a strike in our hearts. If we were not leaders, but by the way, some of the head teachers, we are the ones pushing. Continue, because for me I can't, but at least continue. But I want to thank the head teachers and teachers of this area. They were annoyed like any other teacher and head teacher, but we tried to talk to them. And they put their mind and they went back to class, and the majority of them told. And to me, I see this challenge as a very good challenge. It is short-lived. The good thing is that our president listens. I have heard the head teacher of Ntare saying, by the way, we called, I don't know whether they called on phone or they went there, and told the president that bring all those head teachers that are coming from Chankwanzi. And he did. If he can listen to that, don't you think he's preparing himself to listen to others? Yes. By the way, it's a matter of showing that you are reasonable. You can argue like men and women. You can even give the support where it is necessary. But some of you, papa. You just want to wrestle with somebody who is stronger than you. Why don't you befriend him or her? That is the beauty of our government and our president, that he listens. And by the way, when people ask, what magic does this man, I'm not a politician, but I pass by the doors of politicians because I always sit with them. What does the magic that does the NRM have, does President Museveni have to stay in power The wrong one will be corrected. When I was moving around schools during the strike, some head teachers, we would ask, but why isn't Ntare striking? Why isn't Maryhill striking? Why isn't these other schools striking? No, you know, for those, they get a lot of money from parents and they pay their teachers highly with, you call it PTA money. Why don't you organize? Even if it goes tomorrow, another one will come and will have challenges. And the problem is that this one is not yet to go. But you know what happens in your schools and in the Ministry of Education, I also know what happens there. Not yet, not yet. Hapana, bado. We better work hard to improve our schools. Make for yourself a market. I've heard the announcement here. From here, we shall go and visit Maryhill and see what is being done there. When you go there, say, my school will look like a Maryhill. Or better than Maryhill. But I want to thank you, those saying that you are trying. Otherwise, where would Uganda be without you, head teachers, with your knowledge to shape the minds of Ugandans to manage the future? I want to assure you that the days that you will be here, security is okay. I happen to be, at times they deceive us that we are heads of security. I happen to be deceived that I'm the head of security in this area, and I'm a colonel in UPDF, so a senior officer there. There is no how I can allow things to go bad, more especially when you are around. So be comfortable, go on with your meetings comfortably. We shall provide you with the security that is needed. Lastly, you see, when you are talking to the teachers, you don't talk much. Because they are your teachers, they know better than you do. Lastly, I've been attending the meetings of my sister, Dr. Triagenda, and other Christians. there is no way they will live and close their talks without talking about Jesus. Not at all. All these reverends. Whenever he talks, Jesus, Jesus is our Savior, and please come and join. So I happen to be a reverend in Ntare. When you look back, where we came from, before NRM came to power, and you see where we are today, my assumption is that today is better than yesterday. For any reasonable human being, today is better than yesterday. I've heard here, they were thanking Madame Zizinga. Yeah, I would know Zizinga because we had a famous Zizinga captain in our army, for not changing the constitution. And I also thank her because it was not necessary. But where it is necessary to change the constitution. Yes, because the constitution is made by people and can be changed by people where it's necessary. So, by the way, it wouldn't mean very bad for all these brains support the movement and correct the small mistakes that are there. More so when we are convinced that it's not going tomorrow. Go away. And why? If all Ugandans can vote, then I am. But then we have shared responsibilities. Let others shout as we work. They are very good shouters. Para, I will bring heaven to us. I will, okay. Then for us, we give a service. You quarrel as you work. Tomorrow we shall go for election. Down. No, they have cheated us. In Nyankore we say, Tarum for Tarum. Whoever dies, they say, has been bewitched. They have cheated us. Why don't you also cheat? Who told you that in politics it's a church service? I've seen here my brother campaigning. When he gets the votes, he has won well. When he is defeated, he has been defeated. That's the nature of Africans. Africans will never accept defeat. So, me as a reverend in NRM, party that has driven Uganda where it is. I have heard your messages and I was very
it is our point number 3 in the 10 points program. Unity. And you see where unity has really taken us. And you know, civil servants pretend. We are not political, but they also don't want to be political. That's what they tell me, that I'm a public servant. But again, they contradict themselves, that every human being is a political animal, then I become political. So you also become? For us, we don't go on Kadara to say, but we guide people. You know, democracy is also guided. Democracy. The other day, I was seeing people jumping, comparing Kenya with us. You see the democracy in Kenya, where are they now? It took them a whole week and some days to announce it. The results. Now in court. What is the duty? Why don't we prove for hours and we leave others? When you can learn some lessons from them, we prove ours and we continue. I want to thank you so much for having this meeting here. I want to thank you so much for being brave and facing all the challenges that face you in your schools. And I want to thank you so much for the support you give to government. Because of, yes, but by the way you give big support, even if you don't put your vote to President Museveni, you would be cheating yourself. Because you have groomed all the brains to vote him. You have shown people direction. This is bad and this is good. And now those that you have shaped, not the good and you go to the bad. No. So I want to thank you for all that. And I was told to open this meeting, and for God and my country, I declare this meeting open. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. Again, another one, and the best one, the last one for the referendum. Thank you very much, Reverend, for being here. We really appreciate it. And I will not waste time this time. And together, he came along with the City Education Officer, whom I want to introduce. Mr. Tumewasi Francis Benon is here with us. And then also Mr. MC with Gabriel, who is the D.O. Mbara District, is here. A lady who has always admired the ladies who are seated in front. In brief, I admire those three ladies who are just seated in front of us, Dr. Triatinga, Dr. Waguma, and Madame Rose. And when I grow up, I want to be like them. Yeah, thank you for being our role models. Thank you for being our mentors. I really admire you. Thank you, and may God bless you. A lot has been said. I'm not going to repeat them, but then there's something I've learned, that it's not money that governs a school, but authority. That was from the commissioner. So, as head teachers and deputies, get your 2.35 OCDK. Yes. Allow me to introduce the private schools fraternity. May you stand up for recognition. Private schools, head teachers, and deputies, please stand up for recognition. Yeah, they are a number, and we really appreciate them for coming to be with us. And also on a special note, allow me introduce our deputies. who help us do the work in schools. All deputies, please stand up. Now, we are going to the next program, that's a health break. And allow me to invite my co-director of programs to announce how we shall follow each other as we have the health break. Patrick.
Thank you so much, Madam Syria. Ladies and gentlemen, you are once more most welcome. And I think from the start to now, God has blessed us with so many things. If you feel a blessing has come to you, give God yet another big hand clap, because it is. Yeah, thank you. One, our breakfast is going to be served from the dining that has been properly organized just behind this tent. It is a dining with 10 serving centers. Shall use cafeteria system. We shall serve from either sides of the serving tables so that we save time. So that one means that on getting out, you move to one of the 10 serving centers and you'll be welcomed by Ntare school staff led by the deputy teacher in charge of welfare, Mr. Kamgasha. Now, for purposes of order, our VIP special guests will have their breakfast served from a dining that is on the extreme end. And the head teacher at Ntare school, together with the outgoing chairperson, Asshu, Midwestern, Uncle Trino, will lead them there. Not through here, but through here, and then they'll go. After they have gone, all of us, if we got up at once, would be served. Yes, I'm sure about that. 10 serving centers are not a few. And I'm not about to say let us go in groups, but in case we get out, you can stretch a bit, avoid long queues on the hot sunshine, yeah, as we are served, so that there is that level of freedom and orderliness. Some announcement to the Muslim community. We have a mosque here at school. If you identify the school gate, yes, I told you I'm in charge of welfare. If you identify the school gate and the main hall where we are registering from, the mosque is just below there before you get to the plantation, banana plantation to be specific, like an enzyme. So you could get there anytime you feel you want to have your prayers. We have no meal cards. They may be available during break for lunch, but go with anything at the serving centers to identify you with this gathering. Could be a tag, could be an official card like this one, or anything to do with Asshu, so that you are not bounced as a fluker, because this is a city. Anything can do what it can happen. We want to wish you all the best, our dear guests. I'm Tumweske Patrick. I'm not a head teacher, not even a deputy. I'm a classroom teacher of fine art at Ntare school, but I have the ability to do this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, my co-MC. We need to pray for tea. Yes. I request the head teacher, Mary Hill, to pray for tea.
Wherever you could be, you could settle, and the head teacher, Mary Hill, Sister Sima, is here. We could clap for her as she...
I think I'm a little tall, I could stay here. So let's humble ourselves for prayer. Lord Almighty Father, I want to thank you for the food that is set before us and those who have prepared it. May you give us the grace to enjoy it and let it energize us for this wonderful workshop. All is prayed through Christ our Lord, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
The next program is to be taken by the National Treasurer, Mr. Dima. As we have the health break, the National Treasurer will be here with another program.
Break tea is not compulsory. To those of you who are fasting, you continue your journey of salvation with your Lord. Other things will be sorted in heaven. Hallelujah.
Lost and found car key, reach out to the MC for your key.
And those of you who did not get your tags and did not get your files, you could keep an eye close to the high table. Madam Jore Kabukumira of Kashaka will be here to ensure that you are sorted out. Apologies to all those who did not get, especially ranging from number 400 to 500, then 1,000 plus. If you did not get, we are aware. They tell me the cards are on the way coming. In the meantime, you enjoy music from
co-chairs, if you're still behind, outside, request your members to come and resume their seats. Some are just seated, standing outside in pairs. Then we request at least the ushers to help us do that activity. I think meanwhile, we are going to proceed with the program. If I'm allowed, Mr. Chairman. Am I allowed? Okay. Let me invite the chairperson, Asshu, for some activity he wants to handle. Thank you.
My fellow colleagues, the head teachers and deputies, I want to take this time to call upon your attention. We want to perform a simple task. The simple task that we are going to do is to recognize the efforts that our Commissioner Government Secretary has always made to Asshu as an association. You listen to him speak this morning as one of the founders. You listen to him describe the steps that they went through to have our association become what it is today. You also listen very attentively to his keynote address. And I know that many of us took notes. He has also promised, if he has not already done it, that he will send his speech to all of us in a soft copy. So I know that it will be in our platforms for all of us to read it. Let us give our commission again another round of applause. Allow me at this time invite the chairperson of the trustees. Allow me to invite the chairperson of the trustees to come and give award to our commissioner, secondary government. I'll request the assistant general secretary. May I also request Jimmy, the general secretary, to come near. Humbly invite our commissioner and secondary to come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, as he comes, give him that warm round of applause again. He has been our kingpin, a foundation and a pillar in education matters.
And there he receives it.
Thank you so much. I also want to request that our chairperson of the trustees remains behind and also makes award to Ntare administration for hosting us. We want to thank Ntare so much for all that they have put the resources. I now want to thank our trustee that she can go back and take her seat and invite the director of programs to usher us to the next session.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Association of Secondary School Head Teachers of Uganda.
Recognition Award presented to Sam Grover, Commissioner of Education, Secondary Government, Ministry of Education and Sports. In recognition of their
appreciate Asshu leadership for the recognition of our own. Thank you very much, and may God richly bless you. Before we go to the next program, vehicle number UBL 078Y, I wish that you can check on it very fast, quickly, it's urgent. So, we invite the chairperson, Asshu, in your region, to usher in another speaker.
All our guests, colleague head teachers, in the interest of time, I want to go to the task assigned to me. I want to introduce to you our presenter for this topic, ABC of Quality Education for Global Market, the role of the head teacher, which is going to be presented to us by none other than Dr. Grace Agenda. Dr. Grace is a very knowledgeable presenter and researcher in various management topics. He's a very eloquent presenter and humorous, experienced in various fields. He has gone through all the ranks as a teacher, lecturer, admin, and manager. Above also as a parent. Not an ordinary parent, but also a parent with an alum. There was no other person who would choose to present this topic other than Dr. Grace Agenda. The one presenting the doctor is Tumwesige Andrew, head teacher Kabalega Secondary School and regional chair Unyoro. Doctor, as you come, one thing I admire you is you are very humble and simple person. Colleague, the teachers and deputies, I want to give you a last hand clap as comes present. Thank you very much, Victor. Most welcome.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and so I don't have to waste time on it. I would like to request you to allow me to use the protocol as was highlighted in the morning, because we are quite behind time. Granted? Okay. There's only one person who was not here in the morning, and I would like to say that Ronnie, the Commissioner for Human Resources at the Ministry of Education and Sports, you are most welcome. Fortunately, a lot of people who came in this morning did my work. And so I'm going to be as brief as possible. We are quite behind time, and I think we need to listen to all the people that are on the program, and even some who may not be on the program. So I want to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me to be part of this. Thank you so much. Join me to thank them. I bring you greetings from the Directorate of Education Standards and from all the people I shared with that I was coming here to this conference. I want to thank you for the great work you've been doing. I know that being a head teacher, you must be doing great work. So I want to thank you. Please thank yourself and on my behalf Thank your neighbor. The RCC mentioned it this morning that leadership comes in because society has issues to manage. And the fact that you are a head teacher means that you've been chosen to manage that school, and there are issues you are going to manage. And I'm saying that some of my work has been done by the commissioner, and I'm not going to repeat it. But, the RCC mentioned it, but God chose you to be where you are at this time for a purpose. It's not the commissioner who posted you there. It's God who chose you because he knew that you will manage. And he is willing to give you the capacity to manage. And the reason why such conferences are organized is that we may meet, listen to each other, and be spurred and be inspired to manage where God has sent us to work. As I was coming this morning and thinking through this, I remember the story in the book of Esther. The book of Esther is one of the books in the Bible. It's a very small narrative book, so please this evening find time to run through it. This young orphan girl, brought up by her cousin called Mordecai in captivity, is picked on to be a queen because the queen who was there then, Vashta, misbehaves. By the time she's brought in to be a queen, some person who doesn't like Esther's people has a plot to extinguish them, to completely have them killed. So the plot is done, finished. And this person was very close to the king, and so it was all finished, done. But this cousin, who was like an uncle because she brought him up, sent us a message to Esther and said, please do something to save us. And Esther says, you know what happens in this kingdom here. There is no way I can intervene unless the king calls me. And he has not even called me for a month. And there's verse 14 of chapter 4 of Esther, which has been one of the most inspiring verses for me. Mordecai sends a message back to her and says, if you don't intervene, God is actually able to intervene. But you and your family will perish. And then he says, towards the end of that verse, who knows why God has put you where you are at such a time as this? That's one of the most inspiring verses for me as I've gone through life. Who knows why I am where I am? He's told you my history. Who knows why I should be a teacher of chemistry and maths where I taught? Who knows that I should be a head teacher of a school that didn't exist until I arrived there? Who knows why I should be so? Who knows why you are where God has sent you there for a divine purpose? So as we share the ABC, which some have shared some of it, remind yourself you are chosen, you are sent, and you have the capacity to make a difference. Agreed? I would like to ask you as a teacher to say this after me. I am chosen. For a divine purpose. For this season. To make a difference. Let's say it again. 1, 2, 3, we go. For a divine purpose. To make. Let's say it again. 1, 2, 3, we go. I am chosen for a divine purpose to make a difference where I have been sent. And that is the beginning of my presentation. I thought the PowerPoint is there. So I'll quickly run through a few of the slides so that we can share that together. You can go to slide 1, you can go ahead and go to the real presentation. The words are so small, I don't know whether people will see them. But I've sent the narrative bit of my presentation to the secretary. I'm sure you'll get a copy. So don't worry, just write which you have to write, but I think you'll get a copy. So you and me know that we are one of the people of the countries in the world with the is population. I hope you know that. I hope you know that more than 50% of our population is below the age of 15. And so our students are up to about age 18. That takes us about 60%. If we take the average population estimated to be 42 million, 60% would be almost 30 million. 20-something million, okay? Now, the 25 million then are either before school, or they are in preschool, or they are in primary school, or they are with us in the secondary school. While age 0 to age 12, those are children, your age group is age 13 to age 18, and these are teenagers. These are teenagers. What they learn at secondary school is the basis for what they are going to be in future. They are being transformed physically in terms of growth, psychologically. They are changing in every way. They are going through turbulence which they don't understand, and yet they are with you. This has been made worse by the COVID-19 and its effects. But you have been chosen for this season for a divine purpose. Agreed? Yes. So, as a country, we are committed to make sure that all school-going children can go to school. And that is why the government started the mass programs. The UPE, the USE, the WUPET, the WUPOLET, all of them are meant to achieve that goal of having every age-going child going to school. But we are also committed, according to our vision as a ministry, that whoever goes to school should receive quality education, training, and sports. Two great commitments, that everybody should go to school, and when they go to school, they don't just access school, but they access quality education. Then you may need to ask, then what is quality education? Of course, when UNEP releases results, the media guys want to sell their papers, so they put in the media the best 100, the best to school, and the best whatever. And so we look at quality education in terms of the grades on the paper. But we are living in the 21st century. In the 21st century, across the globe, very few people want the paper. People want the competence. People want to give you a job because you are going to produce results. And so, while the grades are very good, that's not enough. So quality education, as I always summarize it for your remembrance, can be considered as holistic education.
Education that helps this young person to have his mind, his cognitive part developed. And of course, the development of the cognitive aspect of our learners
is not just for them to cram and reproduce things, but it's for them to develop their ability to think critically, their ability to solve problems, their ability to communicate, their ability to find answers in life. And so, that's the first H, the development of the head, for quick remembrance. The second H is the heart, the real you. The real you. The real you is not how many degrees you have got. It's more. The fear of God, the values that you have developed, the attitudes that you have to life, to work, to society, to other people, the attitudes, that inner you, the heart. And the third H, of course, in your universities and college, the second H was what we call the affective domain. And the third H is the hands. So you have the head, the heart, and
the hands. Of course, at college, we learned that the hands is the psychomotor domain. training this young person to produce things. And these days, skills is no longer just producing things, but it's also the soft skills, what they now call the 21st century skills. The skills for life. So, quality education, which the ministry has in its vision, which you, the head teachers, are the agents to make it happen, is holistic education.
And the focus of education, why do we have institutionalized education? Because we know that learning starts at conception and ends at death. So learning is holistic. Education is holistic. Even before a child comes to school, he's learned a lot of things. But the structured institutional education exists, not because of me, the director, not because the commission, not because there is a ministry, not because there is a school, not because you are a headmaster, but because of the learner. The reason why your school exists is the learner. And the purpose of the education system existing is to enable every learner who enters through your gates to be able to develop their maximum potential and be a useful adult for himself, for his family, for his community, and for his nation. So your role as a head teacher, as we are going to briefly look at it, is to make sure every learner, because we believe as a philosophy in the ministry and in my directorate, that every learner matters. No matter what their socio-economic background is, no matter how society labels them, whether they label them as special needs or not, every learner does what? And every learner, every one of them, can achieve their maximum potential as long as they are given education in a conducive learning environment. Is a conducive learning environment a tiled floor and glass windows? Maybe not. A conducive learning environment is where each learner is known. You remember during school practice how you try to learn the names? I hope that teachers are still doing that in your schools. Where every child is known holistically, his parents, his background, his abilities, his talents, his whatever, known. Every child is appreciated, whether he's slow or fast. Where every child is taught every lesson. Please listen to this. I had that example, Mr. Commissioner, and I almost cried. That a teacher can dictate to you that he will give you 1 day in a week and then spend 4 days doing whatever. So quality education will only come when every lesson, according to the designed curriculum, is taught and taught effectively. For a lesson to be taught effectively, it must be thoroughly prepared, and the Commission talked about it. It must be well taught, but it also must be continuously assessed. Now, when learners access education in that matter, in that environment, where they feel safe, where they feel secure, where they know they are loved, then they all progress, all of them. I was told of
A child recently who was very, very destructive, young child, very destructive. And then he was taken into a community space where they are trying to help children. And this community volunteer helped this child. And by the time the child went back to school, he could settle, it was in a primary school, and he could learn and progress. So every child does what? Matters. Every child? Can I hear you?
And every child can achieve their potential, provided they learn in a conducive learning. The Commissioner mentioned it, I won't say it again, but the environment for effective teaching and learning in a school is provided by the head teacher. By that? So, this leads me quickly to, then, what is the head teacher in the context of Uganda? In the context of Uganda, in other countries like UK,
The head teacher really does the supervision of the actual learning process, but there are others who do administration, there are others who do other things. But in Uganda, in our context, the head teacher has a threefold role. He is the manager of that school. And so all the functions of management are spearheaded by the head teacher. The planning, the supervision, the leading, the accountability control system is by this head teacher as a school manager. The head teacher in our context is also an administrator, receiving policies from national, local, school level, and making sure they are implemented. Making sure that every day-to-day work of administration is done. That all the sanitation facilities are clean, that the prefects are doing their work, that the teachers are in class. The administration is done by also the head teacher. And the third most critical one, and the commissioner mentioned it, is what we call instructional leadership. You as the head teacher, you are having two bits on you. You are the head, but you are also the teacher. Now, I would like you to tell me, if we look at the physical head, you can use mine as the demonstration. What do you see? What is on what we call the head? The eyes. What are eyes supposed to do? To see. So as a head teacher, you are the vision bearer. You have the eyes, you are the head. You are supposed to have a clear vision as a leader. What do I want my school to be
within this 1 year, within 5 years, if I'm left to be here, within 10 years? The vision is by you, the head teacher. What else do you see on my head and your neighbor's head? The ears. What are the ears supposed to do? To hear. So to listen, and Commissioner mentioned, to listen, but also to be on the ground, to pick, to have systems that will pick things that will cause you to have a peaceful time, the ear. The third thing you can see, the mouth. What is the mouth supposed to be? Yes, communication. What else do you see on the head? The nose. What is the nose supposed to be? To smell. And the cause of what is smelling may be very far away, but if your nose is working, you'll smell it. You'll smell a rat in some teacher during break time meeting. Yes? Yes, you'll smell a rat in some class. And then you are able to clear it
before it bursts out. What else do we see on the head? The hair. What is the hair for? The protection of the skull. The protection of the skull. You are the head teacher. You are supposed to protect your institution from external and internal influences that can break it down. We have so many enemies out there. You need to have that cover. But under that protection, what do we have? The brain, isn't it? The brain, the engine of everything. The engine of the nervous system. The engine of everything. So you are the head. Isn't that what is on your appointment? Some of you have deputy, but head as well. The head. The second thing you have with you is teacher. Okay? Teacher. So you are the head, but you are also the teacher. In other words, you are the big brother of the teachers or the big sister. And when you are a big sister or a big brother, then when it's dark, you take the lead. Just in case you meet something scary, then your little brothers will be protected. So you are the teacher. You are supposed to be the role model, the head teacher, to demonstrate to teachers what effective teaching means. That is why in our basic requirements, minimum standards, we expect you to have at least 6 lessons a week. At least. Because you are the head teacher. As a head teacher, you are supposed to understand the curriculum, interpret the curriculum, explain it to your teachers, guide them how to use it to make lesson plans out of it, guide them, go to see what they do in class, come back and assist them because you are the head teacher. A new curriculum which you are not a master of. How? How will you know whether teaching has happened or not? How will you know whether the curriculum is being effectively implemented or not? And since you name assesses the curriculum NCDs produces, what do you expect if you can't help the process? So, the head teacher. So instructional supervision is extremely critical, extremely. Now, part of the thing in my theme, in my topic, was the ABC, the ABC for global the ABC for quality education for global market, and we are looking at the role of the head teacher. When I looked at it, I said ABC are the 5 letters of the alphabet. Yes. So even a child who goes to nursery, by the end of 2 weeks, he knows ABC. In other words, we are saying, what are those critical basics that we need as head teachers to spearhead producing quality education that will produce products for the global market? So I'll quickly run through the remaining and we'll be done. So, what do we mean by the global market? What do they want in the global market? The global market that we have now is part of the 21st century. And so the global market wants skills and competencies of today and tomorrow. You and I know that we are educating children for jobs that are not yet created. Yes? Yes. About 20 years ago, there were no phones, there were no, handphones. There was no mobile money business. There was no e-banking. There was no nothing. Now, the person who was trained to manage accounts at that time, who has not updated himself, is completely out of job. The world is changing extremely fast. And everything, including jobs, are changing extremely fast. This evening when you retire, you just check on the jobs currently and the jobs that were 20 years ago and see the percentage. The percentage of the jobs on market now were not existing 20 years ago. The jobs we used to know, engineer or what, those are falling back and back. The percentage is getting smaller in the global world in which we live. So if we are now having to regurgitate. Some of the teachers, some time ago, I was told, when even they give a test, they expect the children to bring the points as the teacher brought them. And if he doesn't, they fail them because he has, really? Some of these children are more brilliant than you, the teacher. Some of these students are more exposed than you, So, what does the global market want from us? One, we have to give children skills that they can use to learn by themselves. So that as they go into the job market later, they are able to manage anything that comes their way. So, we need to have our children develop critical and creative thinking. Critical and creative thinking. And this means means that the students will be given opportunity, given activities to think broadly and deeply, to be able to think logically, have reason, be resourceful, and show imagination. And they have it naturally. They just need an environment to do it. I'm glad the lower curriculum is making effort to do that. But if our teachers are still thinking as they did before, they are going to destroy these children's future, and they are going to murder the curriculum that Grace and her team struggled on for years. So we need to provide an environment where this can happen, where children can be made to think critically, not to just try and remember, but to think and produce results. This goes together with definitely problem solving. For children to be able to say, now that I'm involved in this situation, how do I get out of it? Some time ago, I remembered how, for us who lived in rural areas, walked miles to school and back, how we were so innovative and we had learned naturally to solve problems. For example, we used to walk 4 miles in the morning and 4 in the evening with our packed meat dinner. We started with banana leaves and then graduated to a team. And then we'd come home with my sister after the 4 miles back, and then sometimes you'd find that our parents, my mother was not there at home. And yet you have to remove the uniform because I had my 3 good dresses, 1 for work, the second as uniform, and the third for Sunday. So you wouldn't risk using your uniform to go and fetch water because you couldn't wash it. Tomorrow you would need it. So you would sit there and think, now what do I do? I have cover your books because you need them tomorrow, than have them with problem solving. When children are given opportunity, they will solve those problems. But it has been an environment where they are helped to do that. Collaboration. I've told you how you ask your sister to hold the stool or whatever so that you play. Collaboration. Working together. We all don't know everything, but each of us knows something. So when we work together, we get what we want. Communication has been talked about, information literacy. The rest you read, you get my presentation. But the final one, which I want to share a little bit, is helping these children to develop social skills. To love their country, some was talking about greening. I mean, this is not a new thing. It's in the basic requirement minimum standards, but we had neglected it. In some of the schools, when you visit, you find that a student brought a chair outside and left it there. Or started raining, he was with a friend who was going out the washroom, and instead of carrying his books to make sure they don't get wet, leaves them and runs by himself. So, social skills. Social skills enable you to listen to others, to be able to listen attentively with an eye contact, to have good manners, to be polite, to be courteous, courteous whenever you're doing things, to share things and manage time, social skills, manage time, Ugandans. To follow that directions given and to be able to cooperate and help others and respect others. So, these are the skills in the 21st century, and therefore the globe would expect whoever it is. If I graduate as an engineer but cannot work with other people, I'm useless. If I graduate as help our learners as they learn my chemistry, as they learn my maths and physics, as they learn your history and whatever it is, can they be in an environment and given opportunity to develop those skills? So, you as the Chief Executive and Accounting Officer, what are those basic things you need to know? One, you need to know the legal base under which you operate. The details the Commissioner gave. But you need to know what is provided for in the Education Act 2008. What is provided for you legally as a head teacher, which will help you to take a stand and say, this can't be done or this can be done. It's there. It's in the Act. It's in Schedule 3, which talks about the Board of Governors. It's there. The second base apart from the law is the Teacher's Code of Conduct. There is a whole section on head teachers. Please know them. Let all your teachers know what is expected of me now that I'm registered and committed as a teacher. It's you, it's my sisters and brothers to lead them. So have the legal stand. Know what the law provides for you, which enables you to do your work. Maybe that would be the A. The B is you as a school leader. As a school leader, I've already talked about it. You need to have a vision, a clear vision. What do you want to achieve? What is that you are looking at regarding this school where you are? It may be a safe school, it may be a newly acquired grant-aided school, it may have nothing in terms of instruction, but what do you see? You as a head teacher need to be courageous, to take a stand. You heard what the RCC said? Yes, listen, but also be able to take a stand. Be able to say, no, Mr. Teacher, you missed out 2 days, now you cannot unless you write an apology to put in your file. And he says, I can't, and you bring out the legal basis and say, this is what it says. What does the reward and sanctions regime in the standing orders say? All these documents that guide our work as public servants, please know what is there. So that when you do what you do, you are able to put it in the face of whoever it is. So you need to be courageous. You can't be a weak, new family in kitchen, it can't work. But you also need to have emotional intelligence to gauge the situation. Should I say this now or should I wait? If I'm saying, how do I say it? With whom should I have? Emotional and social intelligence. You need to have clear judgment, to work with wisdom, but also involve other people. You need to be resilient. If this term we have sat in the beginning of term staff meeting and agreed on A, B, C, work at it weekly. We agreed on this. Where are we at now? And the more resilient you are, the more your people appreciate who you are, and the more they will do it without you stressing. The first time, nobody likes change, they will not be happy, but progressively, you'll be there. Then, you need to be persuasional as a leader. You are not a leader unless you have a following, isn't it? I remember an incident when they were still standing in the back for choosing leaders, quite earlier on when NRMs came into place. So this person went around campaigning and he thought he had won people's hearts. So they now go and say, oh, the candidates, you stand here, so they stood now. Those behind Kedres, those behind Rosie, those behind Grace. So this man thought he had a long queue behind him. And after they counted, he looked back like this and saw just 2 people behind him. He fainted. Of course, he didn't win. You cannot be called a leader unless you have a following. That's why leadership is about influencing. You have to position yourself in such a way that people are willing to take up what you are doing. You need to be curious. Be curious. Have your ears on the ground. We've talked about it. And you need to be a long life learner. It would be extremely sad. For others, we can forgive them who are coming from very far. It would be extremely sad if there is a school in the Middle West and the Southwest who are not here for this meeting. What the commissioner said this morning can be a whole semester's work at this management institute, and you pay for it. Yes, you pay for it and run a whole semester and run what the commissioner said. Be a continuous learner. When you stop to learn, you stop to live. Use every opportunity, and these days we have the whole library with us on our phones. How many of you have smartphones? How many? Smartphones. Smartphones, can I see your hands? Sometimes people tell me all of us, and I didn't see anyone registered as all of us on the particular. So, Google has given us an amazing library. Encyclopedia, actually. Instead of sitting in a taxi and complaining, these guys are disturbing, they are stopping at every point, picking a customer. You use your phone to learn. Learn about leadership, learn about management, learn about dealing with people. It's all there. It's all there. So let's be lifelong learners. So finally, I'm convinced that those of you who have come for this conference want to be good and effective head teachers. And I'll just run it through. One, please make sure that your leadership is shared. Have a team around you. You go to some schools and they can't even give you a visitor's book. Oh, sorry, the headmaster is not here, so we have no key for it. Really? The teacher is always there. Shared leadership. This means you have a shared vision, your goals are shared, you have a purposeful thing, and the whole group is part of it. Provide a conducive learning environment. I've talked about it. An environment where teachers feel secure, an environment where learners feel secure, conducive learning environment. Concentrate on the teaching learning process. Teaching learning process is the reason you exist in that school. Make sure every day, every learner is learning. Make systems that can help you do that. Set high expectations. The lower the expectations you set, the less you are going to achieve. I mean, if my expectation is to walk up to Mr. Tuliateba's office, and I walk there, then I park myself at the back, is that enough? No. If I'm going to win the Kiprimo race, I can't set that kind of expectation. I have to set a tough one and practice and practice and practice. So set high expectations, all round, clearly communicated, clearly discussed, buy in the team that is around you, and then you succeed. Then ensure that you monitor progress. Because once you have a clear vision of what you want to do, and you have a mission to how you're going to do it, and then you come up with strategies and objectives and strategies, have a clear way of finding out, are we getting where we want to be? Of course, the easiest indicator of a progressive head teacher is increased enrollment. Increased enrollment is a sign of confidence by the community around you. So the minute your enrollment starts going down as a head teacher, that's a great flag. Things are not happening. What establishes confidence in your school? When their children are learning. When they go home excited and they say, today we learned this. I now understand why you do your work that you do, mommy, although you didn't go to school, because I've learned it at school. Tomorrow your neighbor will also come. Ensure that learners and other people around you are feeling safe and their rights and responsibilities are very clear. And finally, make sure that you effectively manage the three important things: the people, the data, and the processes. Sometimes when I come to you in those schools you call UPE schools, USC schools, or whatever, some people tell me, but madam, what do you expect? Then they quote what people use with computers. Then they say, garbage in, garbage out. I get mad. Because
That's a computer which is programmed. We are dealing with people. And you and I know that you can have garbage and turn it into useful things. For example, if you have banana peels and all these rough things, and you can turn them into gas, very clean cooking gas, you can turn them into manure, you can turn them into anything very useful. So the process to me is the most critical. And where is the process? At school. NCDC prepares the menu and the ingredients in the menu, and we call it a curriculum. So they quality assure the menu. If cateress is to be a healthy, strong young lady, she needs vitamins, she needs protein, she needs carbohydrates, she needs minerals, and so they prepare that menu, which will be in our children. Now they send it to us, the schools, to process. I can have all the ingredients of making a cake, but if the process I use is wrong, I will not get a cake. The same ingredients will be used by my neighbor and you will get. So we at school, we are the process, and we are the most critical, because what is eaten in the workplace, what is eaten in the community, depends on the process. And the greatest contributor to your success are your teachers. Because it's the teachers who do the actual instruction, who do the actual teaching. So we need to support our teachers by having what we call a learning organization, where we are continually helping them to learn. School-based staff involvement. School-based. Some of your teachers go to roles in the Education Service Commission and fail interviews. And that is actually an indicator of your leadership. If any of your teachers goes for an interview and fails it, know that you have failed. Because that's a funny one, isn't it? At least it has worked here. But it's true. You can have once a week a CPD school-based. And you start with the legal and policy things. And for every week, just 30 minutes, you agree with the staff room and say, every Wednesday, at the end of lessons, whether you finish at 4 or whatever, we shall have a 30 minutes. And you involve them. You say, now teacher so and so, prepare to take the rest of us through the teacher's code of. So he goes, it's an opportunity for him to read through now, to see how he bring it out to present in 30 minutes, and he comes and shares with the rest of the teachers. The next time he says, we are going to look at what this policy is. And I would like to have one of you volunteer to read through and take a through. You are not only training them to be presenters, you are giving them an opportunity to read and study and internalize and think through, but you are also helping them to know. Some of these questions which people fail. What are some of the new current policies in the sector? And your teacher fails that. And then you now put on your jacket or your nice dress and say, I'm a head teacher? No. No. So, make your institution a learning organization. 2, improve both the teacher motivation and the learning activity. That doesn't mean that you give them money, you may not have it. But you think of ways, because each institution in its locality has things that can help the teacher feel better. And by the time you spend a time with your teachers, you know. So, develop those things that can bring intrinsic motivation. The third, very critical one, supervise and support your teachers in a collegial manner. As a colleague, as the head teacher. There is a common statement which I heard, which I'm using very often these days, that you do not expect where you don't inspect. You do not Can we say it together? How many of you have gardens? Those of you who come from the rural, not these city guys. How many of you have gardens at home or wherever? And because you are a head teacher, you have no time to go and dig yourself and plant and feed, isn't it? So you send people there. Do you just say, since I asked them to plant beans, I think they have been planted. You know, those guys are good people. They do. Is that what you do? No. You find time to run there to see whether they planted the beans, whether they weeded, whether they harvested, isn't it? And the men who are here, of course, don't do that much, but they do some building and some work. If you are building and you have some little money now, you saved, you want to do up foundation, do you just send people there and forget about it? No. So you don't expect where you don't. Please, supervision, 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 supervision. If you forget everything today, remember that. Supervise every process. You are accountable for every process. Supervise the preparation, supervise the teaching, supervise, he told us, the sports and co-curricular, supervise, and you'll be a very happy head teacher. And encourage continual professional learning. I've already talked about it. So, as I conclude, I want to say this, that an institution is its leader. An institution is its leader. Doesn't matter whether it's a school or a country or a local government, an institution is the common adage. Show me a good head teacher and I'll show you a good school. Show me a good school and I'll show you a good head teacher. Your school is a reflection of you. Not the school environment, not the poverty of the people. No, you. So, as head teacher, please make every effort to see that you are continually improving. The improvement may be small, but let it be there. And be honest with yourself. Love these children who come to your school. Look at them for what they will be in 20 years' time. And make every effort to see that they are learning effectively and they are progressing. Determined to make all that you can succeed, because you can. Determined to succeed. I know, I have no single doubt in my heart that you can always make a difference. But you have to determine, to resolve to do it, to come up with a strategy to do it, and progressively monitor it and see that it happens. As a sector, through my directorate, we have come up with a management tool that is going to help you do some of the work that you have been doing already. And this management tool is actually a smartphone. We are putting there an app on which all your teachers will sign through. And after every lesson, depending on how your lessons are structured, we expect you as the head teacher or the person you have assigned to move around every learning area and ensure that the teacher who was supposed to be there and is teaching. And that will be captured in that app. And the results of that app per week, how many peak times so and so came, and whether he told all the lessons as the timetable, will be available to you as a head teacher. So this business of saying, give me one day out of 5 days will definitely be checked. Because now, where I am in the directory, we can see on our dashboard and check Ntare School in Barara and see that Kate attended 3 times and so on. We are trying to look for money from Ministry of Finance, and hopefully you'll be invited for training. When you are invited, please turn up. For primary schools where we piloted, we were inviting the head teacher, the deputy, and a younger teacher who is ICT compliant. What we learned from our first pilot of 60 schools was that a lot of our head teachers in primary schools, not you of course, in primary schools, were not very much IT. So even when the phone would just be, because to save power would be of they would call. Now my phone is dead. I can't say anything. So, but now depending on how much money we shall get in this kind of crisis of finance we are in. But at least the teachers will be invited for the training. Please turn up. Turn up with whoever would ask you to turn up, so that you learn what to do. Because in that way, the commissioner in his office or Mr. Mtisha in his office will be able to check on his western region and see which teachers are teaching, who are in the red. We are using the traffic light colors. Red, if you have appeared less than 75% of the times. Amber, if it's between 75 and 90. And then green, if you have done 90 and above. Of course, the ultimate is that every teacher should be there for every lesson. So anyway, we have codenamed that system Taylor. So when you are invited for a Taylor training, know that that's what it is. Of course, inspection is also going to be E. So the inspectors who come to your school, it's no longer spending 5 minutes, because on the inspection app, it can capture the location, the GPS, it can capture the length of time the inspector has been, so we shall also be able to check those. So, those are coming. It's an exciting moment for you. Instead of you saying, Mr. Cow, your wife is not teaching, and he says, you are marrying my wife, now he'll be having user rights, and he can check to confirm. Okay? Yes. So we want to strengthen your duty as the manager and supervisor. You remember when the minister called you in 2017, Rose was part of the facilitators, we agreed that the head teacher is the first inspector. So now when you inspect, your results will be seen. So I want to say that it's an exciting thing for you. The second thing which I want to share as I close is that after 30 years of using the 1992 education plan called the government white paper, we are now reviewing it. There's a commission that is reviewing it. We would want to hear from you. So my plea is that while you are here for these 3 days, you find time, I'm sure your leaders will organize you, to be maybe in your regions or sub-regions, I don't know what, but come up with what are the issues we think, if handled in the next white paper, our education at secondary would improve. So generate the issues in your groups, depending on how they will organize you, and propose the policy proposal. If this is the issue, what impact does it have now in the present system? What do you think should be done as a recommendation? And I'm hoping that then they will be put together and they will be brought to the commission as a memo from all of you as the secondary school head teachers of Uganda. So I want to thank you for coming. I thought I would take a shorter time. Unfortunately, I've taken longer than I should. But I want to thank you for listening. My teacher eye has been going through, and I can see that in spite of the break, you've been awake. So please clap for yourselves for keeping awake. And please, when you go back, pick at least 2 or 3 things from this conference which you can implement. Because if you don't implement, your time here would have been wasted. So I wish you God's blessings as you continue in this conference, and look forward to seeing a Uganda with improved quality of education. Thank you very much.
You will agree with me that she was the right person for this presentation. With the help of the new cadres from Chankwanzi, can we lead the appreciation? Asante sana. Thank you so much, Dr. Kepres, for the presentation you presented. In the interest of time, We as Asshu, we appreciate the support you've been giving us. Whenever we invite you, you have always been coming to support us. We want to appreciate. I want to request one of our trustees who has just arrived, Dr. Yusuf Suboga, come and present to Dr. Kedres an award.
As Dr. Suga comes, I'm made to understand that there are some new head teachers. New head teachers? New deputies? Head teachers of 6 schools? Excellent. Before I received the award, I was picked from class, slightly 2 years after university, to go and be a head teacher of a school that was not existing. And so I struggled with it. After 3 weeks of saying no, 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 praying and crying and fasting, God said go. So I went and started the school. My neighbors used to tease me that my girls were sleeping part of the ground. But we had nothing. We had nothing. I wish I had time to tell you that the girls were supposed to come. I didn't have anything. It was supposed to be a girls' boarding school. I didn't have saucepans, I didn't have food, I didn't have money. But I had a testimony. The people in that area had been told the head teacher we had found is not coming because she's a Christian and she's still praying. So when I came, the head man, who had been a very old man, took me to town and we said to this man who had saucepans, said, oh, this is the head teacher. Oh, is this the local head teacher we heard about? Yes. So what's the problem? I told him, tomorrow I'm expecting 128 girls on day 1. I have no saucepan, I have no nothing. And the guy said, since you are a saved lady, I know that you'll pay me. So he gave me 3 big saucepans. The rest I would need another day. But I started the school, it has existed for several years. It has built up many people. They are doing great work. I need them in Kampala driving huge cars. So it doesn't matter where you are. Put your heart to it. Do your best. Use the skills you are learning, and you'll be amazed at what you can do.
Thank you very much. All of you distinguished teachers and everyone here, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be here. And above all, humbled and honored to be presenting to a very distinguished Ugandan, a very exemplary lady in education, this well-deserving award. I think you really deserve this and more. Thank you for considering giving her an award. And I love these words, so permit me to read them. Certificate of Honor, the Association of Secondary School Teachers of Uganda. This certificate is esteemed presented to Dr. Kedres in recognition for your participation as a chief facilitator. The ABC of Quality Education for a global market. The role of the teacher, the topic. At the annual Association of Secondary School Teachers of Uganda, Asshu, conference held on 3rd and 6th August this year at the school. Can accept this award.
It's at the end of my session. Thank you so much. Over to you.
We patiently hold on, but we are all soon breaking off for lunch. We have some other presentation, and being a new curriculum, I will not tell you who,
because we are facilitator, the learners are supposed to make research. At this point, may I invite one of us from Teso region to usher in the next to present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Protocol observed. I want to add my voice to what Madam Dr. Congress has just done. You cannot avoid admiring who these ladies are when you listen to the background information, when you talk about the cigars and the campus. Thank you very much. May God continue to bless you. Actually, what I realized that if she was a politician, she was going to get almost 100 out of 100, but I know it should have got 99%. So thank you very much. I am being called in to do a simple job of welcoming somebody who's in charge the kitchen, where they cook knowledge. The best you can do now is listen carefully. Also, one of the ladies who has come a long way, and maybe we can write a book to show where she has come from. You needed 10 days of using a very fast writing person, and that is none other than Dr. Grace Naguma, an educationist, and she continues to be one.
Thank you very much. The master of ceremonies, you are many. I want to add my voice to observe the protocol, which has been observed since morning. And I know that this is really a difficult time. I'll try to keep it simple and faster. And to say that I feel honored to be standing in front of the major head teachers and deputy head teachers here today. I know how much you have done in all your capacities to ensure that we implement the new lower secondary curriculum. I want you to clap for yourself. Because it has been a difficult time. The curriculum was rolled out when we were getting into the lockdown, but you stood by us, especially the executive. They didn't leave us alone. They kept on calling to see what they can do and to help where they can. I had prepared my presentation, which is being flashed, but I will. The theme, what I had been asked to prepare was enhancing competence-based curriculum. That is your theme, and quality education, the role of the head teacher. And I needed to look at what is it. The first thing that we've been looking at is that the head teacher, one of your core roles is to lead curriculum implementation. Actually, it's the least of your being a leader there. Yes, the children welfare and others, but you actually are the supervisors of the implementation of the curriculum, which is a very important and core role if we are going to achieve quality education in this country. Education is a constant factor in the evolution of the human race, and we all know that. Global competitiveness in what learners learn is key for not only their knowledge and skills, potential, but also the productive and developmental traits to keep pace in a rapidly emergent, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous economy, which we are facing, all of us today. But we must keep the learning going on and in the best way that we can as leaders. Because the leaders in those schools, wherever you are trying to see, are the children learning, and what are they learning, how are they learning it, and what can you do to keep improving as a head teacher. Therefore, it becomes imperative, as has been said earlier, that you must keep on top of things with regard to what curriculum is. I know we haven't done very well in terms of bringing all of you properly on board. We've made an effort, but the effort is going to continue. I think we are thinking that we are with you for the next 10 years so that you can concretize what we are talking about in the new lower secondary curriculum. The 21st century survival requirements dictate change in human needs. Education is gradually shifting away from mere knowledge to skills and competencies with a core or soft skills. Somebody was telling me recently, hey, your curriculum is now updated. I said, what? Because you are not talking about fourth industrial revolution. Then we said, but what is the context? So we need to move gradually also with the world. And indeed, I'm glad Dr. Kedris talked about the phones and technology. I know that in some of our situations, we can crawl if the others are running. Because the world is going to demand something else, which it is demanding now. 10 years or 15 years ago when we were teaching, we were getting children to get knowledge. But now their knowledge, when they get out, the jobs are not there. So are we in tandem with the requirements of the globe? Because the child we produce in Uganda or in Africa or wherever is a global child and must be relevant. That's what we are emphasizing in our new curriculum, and we need to look at it and see what we can do. This metacognitive hybrid education is a blend of both the pragmatism and idealism theories of learning. We have all done education, and we know that curriculum hinges a lot on the education that we do at universities and wherever we learn from. And hence the use of competence-based approach. We are now shifting to competence-based. What is it that the child can do for us? What are we saying in this child? How are we making the teachers to do it? And this education trend is an indicator of the fourth industrial revolution. We can't run away from it. And its market demands, which curricula in school should ascribe to in order to prepare learners to adapt to the new world job market. That's why we have the generic skills, and we're saying children should learn how to learn. One of the skills we are emphasizing in our new curriculum. Learning how to learn, getting to know what the world requires, getting into the technology, whether you like it or not, analyzing issues and thinking, critical thinking and others, as I will talk about them. I will try to be fast, but we need also to see what is it that we are teaching and learning for. When these children come to your schools every morning, and even if it's a day school, do we feel proud that they have gone with something? Have the teachers done, or have we, all of us, done a good job to prepare this child to get out of secondary school and we feel proud of? Are we preparing these children to be useful to themselves and to the community? Useful in the sense that if you are a headmistress or headmaster and you have your nice things and your property, somebody is not coming to destroy it one day. Or is not coming with a panga, I keep telling people, and cuts a banana branch from your compound and says, if you touch me, I'll cut you. You need the security. Therefore, the people whom we are nurturing out, the youth, need to be brought out as whole human beings. And maybe we've missed the point on that. What kind of person? Are you safe? So if you are going to be safe in future, then you need to prepare somebody who will not give you a sleepless night one day. And that's the point we are looking at in the new lower secondary curriculum. The child should be a whole child and should not be a disaster or a problem to the neighborhood and to everybody. And we think that we have to shift and change our approach and focus in what we teach them and learn and in what indeed you supervise. Why change to competencies? Over the years, Uganda's education has regarded the acquisition of knowledge and attainment of high grades as success. We all know that, because even now, we are still battling with the report cards. Some of the head teachers are saying, no, but we must put the marks there so that they teach. Then we say, then you are going back to the old. If you put that 80% and you make the parents begin to demand marks, then you are going back to rote learning. We want a whole person, we don't want those marks anymore in our report cards, so that you produce a person who will be useful to you and to all of us. And therefore the shift competencies. the shift to analyzing the achievements. So yes, it's a bit demanding on the part of the teachers, and that's why you are here as their supervisors, so that we can debate these issues and we think together on how best we can keep improving. So that when the child comes, you are not looking at a parent thinking that my child has got a 90, therefore he's good and he has learned. And we've been saying we've been deceiving ourselves along those lines. This model is no longer cherished in the contemporary times today in the world. They're no longer asking for those 80, 70 and whatever. No, not the grades. But looking at you and analyzing, are you a whole person? Are you able to think? Are you a critical thinker? Are you a creative thinker? And we have been saying that even critical thinking is taught. We teach you how to think, how to reflect on how to be a creative thinker, how to be an innovator. You know, in order to be an innovator and to be a starter of things, you must think. And that's the focus and the shift of the new lower secondary curriculum, my colleagues, head teachers. And we need to see how we can best move it forward by encouraging the teachers to keep coming to us and adding on more and more to their knowledge and what already they know, but also supervising them to get it right, and sensitizing the parents and all those that have been talked even earlier. Instead, the system created the educated youth cohort who have been with no skills, but with knowledge, because they did rote learning, they passed exams with distinctions, and there is no employment. What can the children do for themselves? The world is not demanding maybe what was demanded 20 years ago or 30 years ago. It is demanding a different thing. Are you able to create something? Are you able to show that you can think and be an innovator? We are not going to keep looking for innovation from the outside world when we can begin to tame our own to become innovators. The shift from knowledge-based teaching and learning to competence-based model is a welcome strategy that is meant to empower learners with the ability to know, think and apply. If you know, what are you thinking about what you know? How are you applying it? Or how can you make something better in it? So when we are talking about scientists and innovation, yes, but innovation we need to begin stemming it in what we teach and how we teach it. Enhancing competence-based curriculum and quality education for global market, the role of the head teacher in fulfilling this is a timely reflective action on the role of school managers to effect the desired shift and changes in the new curriculum direction. Effective curriculum implementation lies on the shoulders of the head teachers, indeed. And indeed you've done a lot to see that we move forward to where we are now. And I know we shall get it 100% as we move together as a team. You are the field officers, and we rely on you, and we know that you've done a lot with the support of your leadership, the Asshu executive, and I have no words to thank you once again. In focusing in the new curriculum, or focusing on the modern curriculum issues, world over, we are not the only ones. Kenya is talking about competence-based curriculum. The region is shifting, even the developed countries. The anticipated global core, soft or generic skills. That's what we're talking about. Some of you have been on a number of interventions and programs, and people are talking about soft skills and generic skills, and what can we do to get the children, to get them as we nurture them through the education system. But even us ourselves as grown-ups, we might be needing it. Then the cross-cutting issues, those are some of the issues that we emphasize in the new curriculum, and I'm sure you've been looking at them and trying to analyze ICT as a tool and a subject, and then we have also looked at subject content and career proficiency, skills, integrated pedagogies. Those are many. No longer to stand and teach the way I'm doing here, but integrated pedagogies, making the children to be active and to participate and to add to the body of knowledge, and a shift from a teacher-centered approach to a learner-centered approach. And we are beginning to see pockets of good results here and there. Assessment for learning and of learning very much emphasized in our new lower secondary curriculum. Yes, we started saying that we shall see whether we can pick the 20%, but the idea is to teach and make me acquire what is in that curriculum, not to make me write it on the paper and I pass exams. So recognition, rewarding of learner achievement based on set standards, and these are the new approaches and ingredients of schooling in the 21st century learning and graduate profiles. My full paper is, I'll give it to the organizers. SDG 4 demands change in the way education is perceived and attained, which is the key role of the head teacher, who is here today, and your deputies, as lead curriculum implementers at schools. Indeed, you are the lead curriculum implementers, and your core activity or core role is to see that the children are learning, and are learning in the manner in which we have prescribed and agreed upon, all of us. This paradigm shift has an impact on every aspect of the curriculum process, the design, the development, the implementation where we are now, and eventually the product. We want to see these children after their 4 years to have something that they can show that they are different. And I know that in some schools, we are already getting reports that children are having their projects, the projects of activity, the projects that they are doing, activities of integration, the things that they are able to manipulate, are indicators that we are getting to some kind of a level of achievement in seeing that by the end of 4 years, we'll have a child who is different from what we've been seeing. It requires long-term political decisions, which were done, and I'm happy that it is because of that that we were able to move on to where we are now, and considerable reorientation of professional staff at all levels. I know that we've not done much with the head teachers, but we are planning to continue. We have made pockets here and there, but not extensively and broad enough to meet all of you. But we think that we shall move and make sure that we have all of you embraced and picking on to the new lower secondary curriculum. Educational changes will require a reflection and a robust actions on the role and the responsibilities of various education stakeholders or actors, and the head teachers are the first on the line. Please, you have to reflect and think differently and guide the teachers differently who are in your schools and whom you guide. One of the things that is a key in this new lower secondary curriculum is that children learn differently. We all learn, the learning styles come in. Some of them are visionary, auditory, kinesthetic, which members have even talked about. So it is no longer one jacket fits it all. That's why we are emphasizing the pedagogies and the methodologies that should change so that we can pick everybody that is in our classroom to achieve in learning. So we are looking at how do we get achievement in learning that is meaningful but also produces a whole person for all of us. Quickly, I'll look at the current educational trends. World changes affect human needs, which translate into the type of education required to mitigate the demand supply. Global education changes are more pronounced in content, what learners learn, pedagogy, how they learn. And our new lower secondary curriculum has a key core aspect under how they learn. And this is where we have not yet got it in the manner in which we think we should. So how they learn becomes critical. Assessment, when and how to assess. I'm sure our colleague from UNEP will be talking more about that with regard to the new lower secondary curriculum. And the learning achievements, the graduate profile. What is this child looking like in terms of the behaviors that is manifesting in how the child presents to the community, but also to himself or herself in their homes. Very, very important. We seem to have lost a step in that over the years. And of course, the reflective of the labor market demands. Labor market, what is it demanding? When we are going to review the lower secondary curriculum, we need a labor market survey. And people, you can't imagine, where they refurbish and do metal work. They said, they can't even speak. When they come, even in Uganda, they cannot talk to us. Their self-esteem had been lost. Self-esteem and other aspects that make a human being whole have been some of our focus in the new lower secondary curriculum. There are different educational philosophies which we have also tapped into, and which also help us to package the curriculum. And when we talk about teach less and learn more, that's one of it. We still think that the content is much, and some people have already commented on that. Teach less and learn more is one of the education philosophies expounding on Branner and Hickman. The Hickman wisdom pedagogy, if you can read about it on the internet, on how learners should learn, and it will make in the long run the teacher's life actually easy. Because if the learners know what to do and they can pick on themselves, then they are learning how to learn. And those philosophies, which the constructivism and whatever, they learn by doing and things like that, we have informed what we have packaged in the new lower secondary curriculum. And I will just list them. We are embracing the future with the following 21st emerging trends. Soft skills training, which we all of us require this. The workplace trainings. Schools must train and nurture learners to grow in these skill areas. The current trend of jobs prefer soft skills in workplaces, which include critical and creative thinking. Are they critical and creative? Are they analyzing issues, even in history and all those other subjects? All subjects are important in the new curriculum because they have a component of this skill. Problem solving. That's why we have the activities of integration, if you've heard about them. Cooperation and self-directed attributes. Communication, which had been talked about, and mathematical computations, and ICT proficiency. I know we will say that we don't have it, but we can start with the humble, what do you call it, basic phone or whatever is available in the community. Because the children also continue learning in the community, and they get quite a lot as they come to schools. In the revised lower secondary curriculum, these are called generic skills, and they are maybe trying to rush. What learners learn, that's another aspect that has informed, that is embedded in the new lower. They are picking that to turn it around. So that they can learn and become. Each industrial revolution has changed. Coding, what not, all those. We need now to go back maybe to the curriculum and see whether we can unpack certain things so that our children don't remain behind. The revolution impacts majorly on technological progress, which leads to changes in job performances. Because the jobs are, and indeed Dr. Kedwes talked about it, go to the websites and find out the jobs require people with technology that are there. The robots which people are talking about, which will be building houses, maybe now we need to teach children how to program and come up with how to use the robots to build houses in 2 days. And not civil engineers who will go to put blocks and cement, because there will be a robot that can be programmed. So that means the teaching must change to prepare programmers of robots, which will go and start building houses and doing the many things. So I don't know whether I want to ask you that, are we still having a mismatch or we are there? I don't know. So we might be there. So the fourth industrial revolution demands have an impact on the curriculum planners and all of us, the curriculum implementers. How are we turning it around? But we can achieve something in teaching. What is there now that we are cherishing, which may be getting outdated, we can still see that we have a different style as we move forward on this time around. Classrooms must leave opportunities for teaching self-learning skills, and that's why we kind of said, can we change the sitting arrangement? And we were told some of the children are really enjoying sitting in a collaborative manner, so that learners can continue to learn and engage in their chosen fields together, and lifelong learning and others. So I'm happy that we are talking about this today and now. Technological trends, I have really talked about it, and also the long journey is traced from so many evolutions that we've gone through and we have reached this far. Also, project-based learning is very, very emphasized, and it is a trend in learning today. Children, in order for them to become innovative and creative, they will have to learn by thinking of what they can do, and what ideas, what mathematics they can put in what they can do, what English they can put in what they can do. That is what we call also interdisciplinarity. Learning, getting the other disciplines. We are talking about religion and mathematics, the union of sex, and somebody said that yes, the Bible talked about that, and therefore mathematics gets into religious education and many others. So project-based learning will help our learners to integrate the knowledge from the other subjects and to come up with something that you will call after an innovation product or something. So that is what we have also called integrated pedagogy, where we have participatory experiential learner-based learning. The GISTO participatory learning centered approach is for learners to gain control of their learning, among other things. The high order thinking conceptual learning versus content learning is another aspect we are promoting in the new lower secondary curriculum, where we are saying higher order thinking skills is the process of elevating learners' thinking capabilities to a step higher from doing the obvious, the low thinking abilities, thoughts, for which focuses on 4 thinking levels of applying, analyzing, evaluation, and creating ideas and products. And some of our schools have done very well in this area, and we want to congratulate all of you because we've seen what the children are really doing, and therefore we have moved them from just rewrote and reproducing knowledge to going to higher order thinking, where the knowledge is not just for reproduction. So these have prepared learners to apply the acquired knowledge, among others, to solve problems and to take decisions, which is also very important. And if we do it right at the implementation, I'm sure we'll get a product for a child that will be useful to the society, as we have already been told. The global competences of communication, of organizing, and all that, and the competency-based assessment. Assessing learning, which topic will be presented, we have moved from non-reference to criterion reference, looking at whatever little that you are gaining and we report it. Because you are not going to that school to waste time. And you'll get, I'm sure, the details from our colleagues from UNEP. So learning activities considers the prior knowledge and new learned knowledge to determine progress and value added to construct meaning in a contextualized new situation. Formative assessment will then feed into the summative assessment. So we want you to encourage the teachers to formatively assess learners after every topic, as we have prescribed, and we are doing well, because you are doing it into the activities of integration and the projects, and every topic you are satisfied that the child has got it, or we need to improve. And I want to thank you once again for that effort. The role of the head teacher. The last one was focusing on the different learning styles, which I have already talked about earlier. The role of the head teacher. The revised lower curriculum brings a different paradigm shift in the way teaching and learning is conducted and the focus of study. And you need to be cognizant of that so that you can lead the schools in a manner in which government wants you to lead them. Classroom business is aligned to discovering, explaining, evaluating, and analyzing knowledge concepts in a collaborative, experiential, and group work learning. That is group work experience. So that's why we kind of said, let us start in a humble way, let the children sit in a collaborative manner so that they can learn from each other. They can do peer learning and peer assessment. And we hope that it is going to go a long way into improving what is happening. So the head teacher, being the chief accounting officer of the institution must be aware of this learning shift, away from teacher-centered approach with sedentary, silent classroom spectators. The competency-based learning approach takes care of all learners to build their capabilities towards the 21st century learning outcome, of which the syllabus termed as generic skills has pronounced, and that is the aim to produce a whole person. I have said something about that earlier. So you as a teacher, you must see that you are providing the inputs, you are guiding the teachers and the parents, so that when the parents ask questions, you have some answers to give them, either in parents' meetings, or in the circulars, or in the different programs that the schools have. And we hope that together we can achieve the kind of child that this country needs, or needed even yesterday. Head teachers need to know the dimensions of the planning, organizing, leading, and controlling framework, and its inputs to realize the intentions of competency-based learning. The POLIC is a leadership and management strategy that provides a useful way of classifying the activities of the manager as he or he attempts to achieve the organizational goals. Indeed, that one I know you know. But head teachers as leaders of schools are champions of quality. Under competency-based education, they lead the journey to change, which requires passion and patience and perseverance indeed, commitment, courage, and ability to inspire. How are you inspiring those teachers and encouraging them to go? Because I'm sure they are saying, oh, it's too much work, we have to explain the child in each and every subject. Yes, so that you can be comfortable that this child has not gone out with grades, but has gone out with the knowledge and the skills that we want, or the competencies that we want you or he to have. There is need to be open to learning. Dr. Keble said it also again. Please, the teachers and even our teachers and deputies, you need to have to continue learning and learning, lifelong learning. I said something about it, but to also continue improving how you are supervising the implementation of the curriculum in your schools. And you need to learn new things. There are new things which you can learn and you can support this prescribed, because we have a prescribed curriculum. But at the school level, you can have the implemented curriculum. And what am I saying? By having projects, co-curricular activities that support the curriculum that the government has come up with. And those could be in the area of the fourth industrial revolution. Why don't you begin a club of coding so that the mathematics club can see how they can begin to get into the fourth industrial revolution with the help of the head teachers? So the creativity and innovativeness of your work as the leaders of pedagogical leaders, we call you. You are pedagogical leaders, you're very important, but you must also go deep and understand what is it that you are leading and how are you leading it. So the methods, are the teachers still standing in front and giving children notes? I know that in some instances we've had that, and which is very unfortunate if we are still having children to copy notes. We don't want that. We want the children to learn to be thinkers, and they can only learn to be thinkers if you don't give them, but you guide them on how to get information, how to do research, how to learn. So let us discourage the teachers from taking us back into a direction which will produce a half-baked product. And then this product goes to A-level universities and is a problem because it has been badly prepared by the system of education. And that's the one we want to change. We want to see that this system of education has a child that the university would love to have. Universities are teaching English language because we failed them. They're calling it communication skills, but that is English. Why? Because the system has not produced the children to do their assignments properly, and the professors are finding a problem to manage assignments or coursework. So those are some of the challenges that the new curriculum is trying to address. I'm not saying that we shall achieve it in one day, but it's a challenge that we need to work together to be able to have a product that the world and our communities will say, yes, I think our education is having something they are doing. Because when the children get out, they can't write, they can't do anything, and many of the things which you know. But what is it? I think what is it is in what we are teaching and how we are teaching it. Can we change and supervise it and see that we get a kind of person that we want. In conclusion, globally, education is in search for a response for capabilities that can serve the current technological change of the 21st century demands. And we must be aware of that as the teachers. Competency-based learning is the way to go, which calls for school managers and teachers to shift from the old traditional model of curriculum and delivery and management. So the old model of going to buy notes for the children and to do all things which we've been doing, it does not work and it does not prepare a person who will be proud to fit in the world today. Head teachers need to rethink the curriculum monitoring methods, which have already been mentioned by the earlier speakers, to match the task, since schooling today focuses on producing learners who are competitive in the job market and indeed in the fourth industrial revolution. As I conclude, I want to make an announcement that NCDC has grown strong since its establishment in 1973, a remarkable achievement worth celebrating. Join us as key stakeholders support our planned activities for celebrating NCDC at 50 years. Thank you very much.
As a person in charge of protocol, I'll keep on apologizing. Those that know me, I'm a person who likes keeping time. But, I'm using the word but at times, circumstances do dictate, okay? But the good thing is that the menu that we are given is so good. I don't want to waste time. Because we're supposed to have our lunch and it is coming to 3. Share Joy International, we made an agreement. People listen to me. I made an agreement with them. They told me only 5 minutes. Time them. It's a class that's supposed to be active, okay? Look at, if you have watches, do time them. Then thereafter, I'll call upon Haji Mubiru to bless our food. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Munzo Brian. So I'm going to be so brief. I'm not a head teacher. I'm not a deputy head teacher. I'm a student at Uganda Christian University doing law, and I'm a former student from Mengo Senior School. I saw Miss Chukun around. Love you guys. So about the timing, I'm going to be so brief. Yes. Why are we here? Why are we here, ladies and gentlemen? It's a moment of silence. Okay, so she's timing. I greet you all in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. This is a God-given opportunity to stand before you all today. I want to start by thanking you all for the spectacular work done in your respective institutions of learning. What you do is not done by the faint-hearted, but done by those who have sacrificed a lot of pleasures for the betterness of our generation. Thank you guys. We love you so much. We have come to seek your hand, your vision, your expertise, your friendship, love, support, and above all, prayer in our new journey, in regulating and calming down the rampant and increased habits of sexual harassment, exploitation, and abuses in universities and institutions of learning. How many of you are parents? You have kids, you have your daughters, and just how many are parents? Let us be serious. How many of you are parents? I expect it better than you guys. You are head teachers, you are deputy head teachers. How many are parents, please? Thank you so much. I love you guys. The rest, I don't know. We are a youth-led organization. We are a youth-led organization working closely with the First Lady. I think that is why we are here. It's not an opportunity to take for granted. We are working with the First Lady, Minister of Education, Uganda Human Rights Commission, Uganda Law Society, Uganda Women Parliamentary Association, Commissioner Crispin Kaheru, Canon Nelson Ahewa, Honorable Dr. Miriam Matembe, Dr. Maggie Chigozi, and other stakeholders. Why you? Why the deputy head teachers? Why you? We are confident enough that you have been there before. You have been in what we are doing. You have been at campus before. You have been in universities before. You have degrees. You have studied. You experienced what we are experiencing right now. Sexual harassment in universities is so deadly. It is increasing and no one is saying a thing. Your daughters, your sons are going through this and it's terrible. So we have come here to seek your knowledge, your advice, and your policy making, your way of doing policies. And she's on Miss Lam. My heart is beating so fast. Mahatma Gandhi once said, if you want to see the change, then be the change. And the greatest American black activist, Martin Luther King Jr., once said in his famous quote, if you can't walk, then run. If you can't run, fly. If you can't fly, then crawl. But whatever you do, keep moving. Ladies and gentlemen, whatever we are doing, we believe we are going to keep moving as long as we are with you. We want to stop this rampant and increasing sexual harassment in universities, and we can't do this without you, the head teachers. We can't do it without you. We can't do it without the schools. We want to start from the grassroots. We cannot say that we are going to prevent the increment of sexual harassment, but if we start with the students who are coming in the universities by equipping them with the skills, with the knowledge of how to combat the fight that is in the universities, trust me, they will have a way of how to overcome the challenge. And I want to thank you all for your time, and those who have loved to listen. Thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Can we have a communication from the commissioner? Somebody moving, we beg that you respect that, so that we have that communication made. Thank you so much for the etiquette. Can we clap for the gentleman here? I think they had a strong message. Because time is not our best ally, guys. But we learn every day. He blessed you, I thought to do, you know. So can we receive the commissioner with a very big hand clap, ladies and gentlemen?
Good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon.
I want to recognize our elder, Dr. Haj Yusuf Subuga. You're welcome. Hey. For those of you who are new on the block, Dr. Subuga was the Commissioner for Secondary Education. He's the one who gave me a job as a head teacher. He was also a director for education, basic education and secondary education. He's now a member of the Education Review Commission. You're welcome. And also one of the 3 members of the trustees of the association. Ladies and gentlemen, you realize we stepped out. We had a very critical meeting. His Excellency, the President, has confirmed to come and meet you. I think he deserves a bigger clap. But every good thing comes with a challenge. The President will be here on Saturday. And that's the reason we went out to deliberate, because we know you have a budget, a very tight budget, with these budget cuts. You have a budget up to Friday.
Yes.
But the President's office is willing to cater for that extra. Therefore, the program is going to change. There will be time for COVID tests, I think tomorrow. We need proper registration. We are also going to sit together, I think with your executive, so that you give your proposals and resolutions that will go to the President. Clear. And my request to you is that please keep around, because as we send our resolutions to him, we should be there to present our resolutions. Please keep around, don't sneak away, keep around, so that we receive the President, we also receive Mama, the First Lady, and the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Education. I know that you are burning with issues. You are going to have an opportunity to air your issues to the President. Thank you very much in advance, and thank you again.
Let us give another round of applause to our Commissioner. I also want to add to the Commissioner to welcome Dr. Yusuf Nsubuga, one of our trustees. Sir, you are welcome. Now, colleagues, following the announcement that the Commissioner has given you, as you saw, like he said, we stepped out on a crisis management, and we have been making, through him, the Commissioner, and the Commissioner in Human Resource, we have been making an appeal to State House that the budgets of the members of Asshu is very tight, and he has given you a feedback that promise that they will try to see how to cater for that extra day, which is Saturday. This means that our program is slightly going to change, and I want you to listen. That the program of today, Wednesday, will run as it is in the program. The program of tomorrow, Thursday, will also remain. First in the morning, we shall have the COVID test. The second one, we shall have our AGM. In the afternoon, we shall have elections, and in the evening, we shall have the dinner. Friday, we have dedicated it for interaction between us and ministry officials. The PS will be coming with all the directors here, with all the other commissioners and assistant commissioners who have not come. And this is the time when we should ask all the questions that we have been having hovering in our minds and in our hearts. There are a lot of things that I know as colleagues you have been wanting to know from the ministry. It is during that time of interaction with the Permanent Secretary that we should also be making resolutions to present to His Excellency. So it is an opportunity. It will be an opportunity as we interact with the ministry. We shall also be collecting resolutions to present to His Excellency on Saturday in the morning. Now, early Saturday morning, we shall be back here to look at what the executive would have collected as resolutions to be presented to His Excellency. But at that time, we shall also have other auxiliary partners of Ministry of Education. We shall also have Education Service Commission to answer issues related to Education Service Commission. We shall also have Public Service to answer issues, and when I see from your faces, I can even read the questions you want to be asked. And so that will be opportunity. We don't want you to go make a mistake to go and start asking people, what did they say? We want you to be here so that we present them
together. I want to wish all of us the best and request all of us to be organized. Thank you so much, my colleagues. I say all this for our vision. United for professional and quality school leadership. May God bless you. Let me give back the MC.
Give him a round of applause for that information and all that. Now this arrangement we are going to use to have our lunch. The venue remains the same, but each one of us is going to get a coupon from his regional chairperson. And getting that coupon would mean looking for him. And when we stand up, it will be a forest. So I was looking at the 13 spaces, 13 polls, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13. If each regional chairperson found himself some space there, it would be very easy for us to allocate them. Otherwise, it would take us minutes hunting for them. After getting a coupon, then you go and you are served. I want to request one from the Muslim community to prepare to lead us in a word of prayer before we go to serve the food. Alhaji could pray for us so that we go and have the meal. The extra day is a blessing to us as hosts of Ntare School because how we wish we could even stay. Yeah, we feel proud to have all of us here. Alhaji, please pray for the meal.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let's sum ourselves for a word of prayer. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, we thank you for your providence. To this very moment, you've provided lunch for us. We thank you for we have appetite and the food is there. We are mindful there are people who have appetite but they don't have the food. They are those who have the food and have no appetite. We are blessed. We have both. We thank you. We pray that as we partake of this lunch, we get the energy to serve you better, to fulfill the duties you bestowed on us. We pray for the hands that prepared the meal. In your mighty name, I have prayed.
Amen. Thank you so much, Haji, for the appetizer. Lost our phone. Yes, somebody lost his phone. You could come and get it from us here. So you could dress for your regional chairperson. Busoga region in front of the pavilion where there is that robed decorator's advert. I can see Midwestern.
day-to-day experiences of the learner, the interaction between the teacher and the learner. And therefore, by doing that criterion reference, we think that we shall enhance the quality of education so that with this, the quality of learning and teaching at the classroom level is subsequently improved. We want to say that the rationale is there because our education system has been characterized by an overloaded curriculum. And we wanted to do a comprehensive reform, starting with curriculum reform. We had very many uncoordinated subjects. And then the examination system was also examination-driven. The education system was examination-driven, so that even when you had our examination syllabuses, some of you threw away the teaching syllabuses. When we started with NCDC, we agreed, let's have one syllabus, because we saw that people were more geared towards looking at what UNEP has provided than what curriculum and UNEP have agreed. Remember, there is the prescribed curriculum by NCDC, there is the taught curriculum that you teach, and there is the assessed curriculum that you assess. And all of those must be talking to each other. And that's why today we speak with one voice. Ministry of Education with its attendant departments and agencies. Don't ask, is UNEP together with NCDC? We are here. And I will not repeat what Grace has said because we attend the same meetings, both for planning purposes and so on. And we have been at this since 2011 together. There has been a weak link between our assessment grades and the knowledge and attitudes and competencies that the learner subsequently gets. Weak link in the sense that because you pump these people with too much in so short a time, they only become test-wise. But they are not intelligent. You can pump a frog until it explodes, but it will never ever reach the size of an elephant. So even if you pump these people for a short time, for purpose of passing the exam, after the exam, they have learned nothing. They go the world of work, they have no competencies that are required by the employers. We therefore are shifting that emphasis to have the intended criteria so that when we now look at the child, we look at the child and their learning that has taken place, not really only the competencies in terms of the grades reflected, but not backed up by actual competencies. There are some people who have first-class degrees, but they don't have the first-class skills. And that's the biggest problem, leading the diploma and certificate diseases. Teachers have been conditioned through our non-referencing currently about how to teach, when to teach, and what to teach. You have sacrificed your teaching methodology at the altar of passing exams. But I want to show you that we in the assessment world believe that no matter how many times you weigh a bull, that continuous weighing will not fatten that bull. You want to assess, more, beginning of term, end of term, everything. By the time the label comes, you have revised everything. You are measuring, but you are not teaching. And you expect the learner to be fattened in terms of skills and competencies. We have been highly academic in our approaches. We have been looking more at the theoretical aspects of our curriculum rather than looking at the competencies that we call practical skills. The psychomotor domain has been reduced to a trivial status. The soft skill, the attitude, the affective domain, we have left it to the churches and mosques. No wonder when you don't address that, then you get many students abandoning your schools. Because that aspect of concern for property of self and institution has been trivialized. So we are saying, where did the rain begin to beat us in terms of losing our way in our academic terms? And therefore, that's why we say enough is enough. Let's look at our current, the original system, and then we now build our current system by trying to correct those wrongs within our system. We are supposed to have this criterion reference assessment, achieving better classroom practice, and also helping us to look at the actual levels of the child, because we want to see if its addition has it been achieved. Are there masters and non-masters? What have you done to those who do not master the concept? And who pays the cost for remediation? Do learners learn the same way? The answer is no. Even for us, when you are listening to me, you get different messages, and yet I am the same source. So how do you handle the slow learners in your school? That's why government came in with a no repetition aspect. Because if you don't have the patience to handle that child in the school system, then who has? Who has that patience? As another innovation in this, we are also saying we are introducing within the system a school-based assessment component, where you as teachers and as professionals, you are supposed to do incorruptible work and submit 20% of your assessments for inclusion in the final UNEP grades. But I will ask you, are you able to stand the test of time as incorruptible judges? Look at me, I don't want answers, but I want you to reflect. If we have been having schools that can't manage the examinations and have post-permanent scouts there, now, will I be posting a permanent scout every school? And if so, it will still be at your cost. Because if you can't manage your affairs, then I can't pay the cost. But now if we say you are going to be partners in this assessment, school-based, give us 20%, how objective will that assessment be? How? We have tried to bring about that change since 2000. We have some school-based assessment going on, but with some subjects. We wanted to roll it out from 2000. But whereas the spirit was willing, the flesh was weak. But we want to work with our Mother Ministry of Education to ensure that we plug the loopholes and bring about that aspect of inbuilt regulatory mechanisms, so that if you mess up with this innovation, then you pay the price. Remember, you are going to work on renewable contracts. So mess it up, you will be spoiling your own soup. As you are aware, we are trying to review the entire system, and the focus has to now move to addressing issues of actual learning and acquisition of outcomes, rather than mere looking at enrollment and other issues of access. The lower secondary school curriculum reform, like Grace said, is geared towards equipping the learners with the knowledge, skills, and attitudes that are required in the current environment that we are living in. And we are saying that this education that we're imparting now should help the learner to live as a global citizen, not only in Uganda or in the Eastern African region, but the entire globe. We were working with the Ministry of Education since 2011 to bring about this reform, and the Uganda government is putting a lot of effort in ensuring that this reform process unfolds smoothly and works sufficiently. You have already been told that in this reform, the school day was shortened. And this day from 8 to 6 hours was meant to give ample time to the learners to do private study. But we are now moving from the old pumping system, where you wake up your learners even at 4, and you teach up to 10. Children don't even have time to wash their clothes. Then you find them with dirty clothes and again you beat them. Adding on the trauma and stress. As a parent, I want to confess that I stopped buying textbooks for my children. Because whenever I put money in that venture, 2-3 years later, I would check on the same textbook and it's as new as I got it from the bookshop. Then I asked my children, what's the problem? They say, we don't have time even to open the page. Because the teachers wake us up at 4, we can't sleep until 10. And then when the lights out is at 10, when you find somebody washing at 10:05, then you send him to the parent. And then yet when he comes or she comes with dirty clothes, then that's another punishment. What do you want us to do? We are saying, let's reduce the teaching time. Allow the children to do private study. But then the biggest problem is when we leave that private study uncoordinated and unmonitored, we create unintended consequences. I have studied the South African system. When the studying stopped half the day, the schools didn't have time for the learners. The learners, when some of them were for their schools, decided to go home. At home, the parents were at work. So in between the school and home, most children were lost and they started forming gangs to attack people with knives. We haven't reached that extreme, but the issue is, I'm warning you, what do we do with that time that we have left for the learner if it's left uncoordinated by the teachers? The other thing that was done by Grace and the company was to reduce the number of subjects from around 42 or thereabouts to 21. She has the details. You can contact her after this. But what was done was to maintain the gist of what was useful, expand what was not necessary, and also avoid unnecessary duplication. That was part of the curriculum reform. We also worked with NCDC to ensure that we promote the teaching and assessment of technology and design. Because Uganda's development is not coming from the theoretical aspects that we have in our minds, but when we translate them into technology and enterprise. UNEM is also going to invest a lot of funds in the assessment of practical technical skills. Because through technology, we shall advance this country beyond. So that since we are grappling with the problem of unemployment, people having those technical skills, even if they dropped out in senior 2, 3, 4, we are working with NCDC and Directorate of Industrial Training to make sure that if they are given a certificate of competence, they can do some element of this and that hands-on activities. So what we also have done is to enforce or increase the teaching of generic and soft skills. That's why I found my sisters dwelling on that. I will not repeat it. But what it is intended is that even if you learned and forgot everything, but you still would respect the people you meet, keep time. Because some people want to become pilots, but they are not good at timekeeping. And then if people are meant for a flight and you're a pilot and you're the one to support them and fly them out, then who will keep time? The passengers or you, the pilot? Small things, but they matter. I want to submit that I've seen problems arising from us not monitoring the soft skills: honesty, confidentiality, timekeeping, communication, teamwork. Small things, but they matter. We spend so much. Tanzania is very peaceful a country, and they're having peaceful transition here and there. For one reason, they monitor what they call character, and they are going to put it on their reports. We're also going to say, we want you to sit in your schools and categorize the character of this person that you are teaching. Send that kind of character assessment to us. We shall know how to manage it. In Tanzania, if you perform with A's throughout, but you have scored poorly in character, you are not taken in any enterprise, leave alone the army. No wonder Tanzania is very peaceful. But here, when we get characters who can't live with others in the village, and they're asking LC1 who goes to send to the army, see, this one is already very dangerous in our society, let him go there. So we are the people who have not actualized the soft skill, and therefore we are endangering ourselves. And now when they come and give you what you deserve, you are the ones who sent you there. You sent them there. What else would we expect from such kind of person? Soft skills. We are also saying that we want to bring up on board practical and performing arts. Music, dance, and drama. You have seen many people who have made it through music. You have seen people who have made it through other things. Among the subjects preserved is also physical education and sports and so on. Those are things that really have that aspect which has to be promoted. When now we have the performing arts, you are suffering from the problem of large numbers. How now shall you never assess the performing art? Shall we give an exam per person? The answer is no. What is the answer? Teamwork again. Teamwork among the teachers and teamwork among the learners that we are going to assess. If, for example, there is a dance or drama practice, then you are likely to be asked to record and send that recording to us so that we can play and look at the individual contribution of a member of the drama team. If, for example, you're watching soccer, can't you identify the best player? Can't you? But they are playing as a team. So even as people play in the teams, you identify individual good players. So UNEP is also going to make sure that we devise assessment strategies to follow performances that may require group performance on account of our classes being very large, where individual assessments are not going to be possible. We are also going to work and change the grading system. And this is where we are going to have trouble with private school entrepreneurs. You have been asking us, we want to know those who have scored 1, 1, 1, 1, 8, 8, and you want to follow all that very religiously. We are going to consider it as much as possible so that we look at the performance in terms of the criteria. Compare these ones. But for us, that's what we want. Can add fractions. We are reporting according to the criteria. I want to say that where we have started with the reporting of this process, some parents are now confused and are not understanding. So it is us to bring the parents on board. But the people who have had children in nursery are not having a problem, because nursery will say this child can share with others. This child is very clean. Look at individual traits, which are very important. This child adds 2 digits. Now, if you are the person who has been a careful parent following the child at the nursery level, in terms of that reporting, why should that one become a problem when it comes second? When you are the same parent. So we want to change the reporting style and say, yes, these fellows have the competencies, they can move to another level, and then we also talk to other assessment bodies about what we have assessed. But for character, we may not say much, but we say we are going to have A, B, C, D, E, F. Then you can say in A, this is a person who behaves like this. B, person who behaves like this. Then you don't have one teacher assessing character in a school. You must do it as a group. Why? The way somebody knows me is very different from the way somebody else knows. And therefore, there's likely to be high objectivity when we leave the assessment of character to individual teachers to that assessment. We are incorporating school-based assessment grades into UNEP grades. That's a great innovation I was talking about. As I speak, we have sent officers to this venue. Since yesterday, they have been around. Have they approached you if you're a regional coordinator? Have they? Uganda National Examinations Board is approaching all regional coordinators so that you give us the names of all the schools in your constituency. Whether they have a UNEP number or they don't have what? I don't know whether Grace Mbabas is around within this complex. Grace? Yes, Grace is there. Where is your tent? Exactly. That's our strong lady at this venue for as long as you need her. Please do not go unless you have submitted that information. We have started walking the journey with you. We are not talking about theory. We are now in practice. We want you to generate data of the learner's performance. Which data will have to be sent to your name. We already have portals with you where you send the information and receive it. So we want you to give us the schools that will be giving us this data. The infrastructure already between you and us in terms of sending that information is already developed. We want to be partners in this assessment game by the mere belief that you stay with the child longer than you name. For us, we don't know the children by face. But we are saying, much as we don't know them, ours is more objective in terms of assessing. Please do not give grades that reflect the contours of people's faces than the contents and the competencies that they hold. Please. It doesn't take us long to know. Because you get somebody who has 20 out of 20 in school-based assessment, and the fellow has a 0 out of 80. What magic will the fellow have got that score? Was he guided by the Holy Spirit at school, and the Holy Spirit abandoned that child when it came to the exams? So you tell us, it doesn't take long. It doesn't take long for us to discover. So we want that kind of inclusion of the school-based assessment to make assessment a common feature, even in schools, so that we reduce on what I call the tyranny of continuous testing. We want assessment to cease to be a matter. We don't want assessment to drive the education system. The moment it continues to do that, then all the innovations we are going to have are going to come to naught. What are the prospects for the success of this innovation? Our prospects are that really what we have in this country is enough to make our efforts succeed. Why? Because what we are doing now is basing on what we have been doing. We already have a team of qualified professional teachers and head teachers. You are there. You are at the bank. We have a lot of your wisdom, and you are the first supervisors that we can actually rely on. Your role has been clearly defined by the past speakers. You either make this innovation work or you break the system. We are changing a few things, like when you have been driving a left-hand drive in Rwanda and you come to Uganda, they give you a right-hand drive and say drive. The driving principles remain the same. The methodology is what's likely to change a little because we want, like Grace was saying, to have learner-centered approaches. It is us who are making our work difficult. The role of a teacher is supposed to be that of a facilitator, but not a paternalistic or maternalistic dictator. You are the people who are making your work difficult, like I'm making my work difficult now, by talking and listening. By you listening, that's why you have the luxury even of dozing when you want. But if I gave you work and say, discuss among your people, your group, tell me why this is like this and so on. Everybody is active, true or false. Meanwhile, you're also doing your own things. We are making our work difficult as teachers because of the methodology that we are using. And right now we are saying that the change of methodology is what's likely to change, but the teachers who effect that change already have the proper training that they need. We also have to know that there are prospects by the Ministry of Education to do thorough retooling of the existing teachers. We have already gotten in touch with the universities that are giving us the teachers from the universities to start training the teacher that we want for this curriculum. We are going to retrain all our examiners, setters, moderators, and whoever we have been doing business with, our contracted professionals, so that they are ready for change. And we have budgeted for that kind of fund. So the good thing is that we have the government's goodwill, and we also have the technical capacity to undertake this innovation. The late Kambarage Julius Nyerere said that if your neighbor is shaving his beard, you also wet yours, because you may be the next one to do the shaving. If you are not ready, because some ladies, if not most ladies, don't have beards. So when we are now making that innovation for change as UNEM, and we are supposed to get in touch with you and have that kind of interface, the earlier you get set, the better. There will be need for professional development, which is continuous. Where possible, in our little humble capacity, we shall foot the bill of the training. But we shall also have the T8, part of the Ministry of Education, doing the greater bit of the tooling of the teachers. We also have the prospect that what actually the content that we have been teaching, there's not some big significant change in what was being taught. We removed the irrelevant content, but some of the old content was retained. So you'll be more or less teaching the same content, but in a different way in terms of methodology. And then we are saying that let the learners be at the center of the teaching and learning. We have already, as UNEM, interfaced with our students. They say, yes, we have found that this learner-centered approach is very interesting because it leads to mastery learning. But they have testified that this learning, it requires a lot of time. Which some of you are saying there's no time. No time for what? Some of you are hurrying to go through the syllabus without necessarily going into the extra detail. I am aware of people who are in senior 3 and they say they have covered senior 4 work. How? You are in senior 5 third term and you say senior 6 is for revision. How? You are hurrying to nowhere. And I want to say to those colleagues who are hurrying, if you are hurrying through the syllabus, kindly hurry slowly. Please, because National Curriculum Development Center will even go out of its way to say this is work for first term, first week, second term, second week, and they go through all that. But for you want to rush through and even run past your home, I wish you good luck. What I also want to say is the ministry is working as a body with its corresponding departments of curriculum development, Directorate of Education Standards, and then the agencies, UNEVA and so on. We are speaking one language. I think you have seen it today. What I'm speaking is not different from what Dr. Kebes was talking about, not different from what my sister has said. So if for us we are united for that common purpose, that's enough evidence that the spirit is in harmony with the body, and we are going to move forward. We have got enough resources if we share them together. When they don't have time and money for resources, we sometimes share our resources together. Because we are the two pockets of the same trouser of the Ministry of Education. If they don't have, we invite them. If they have, they invite us. Spirit of teamwork and good neighborliness. In a policy formulation, policy implementation, and finally policy evaluation. We shall go there together. We have departments which and agencies and partners which are ready to share, to support us in this game. Some of the education partners can able be obtained from our mother Ministry of Education. And then we are saying, when we try now to incorporate the school-based assessment, we don't expect a lot of problems. Because like I told you, we have coursework which some schools doing French, woodwork, technical drawing, and so on. They have been giving us coursework marks. And therefore they know what is involved. For some bit of time I've told them, send the marks online, and I've been doing it. The only thing that's going to be different is that everybody is going to be asked to do it. Now, if the initial participants did it, I don't think those who are adding on the number will fail to do it. We are rolling out what has already been in the system. The teachers already have the technical capacity and the ICT infrastructure, much as is limping. But you can go to the nearest internet and you are served. Let's not say things are impossible. No, they may only be difficult in the short run. But in the long run, even your phone, like we have been saying, is one of the most sophisticated gadgets that can use to save this data. Schools have the competencies to interface with them, like I've said, and all shall be well. What challenges do we envisage? The first greatest challenge that we envisage is again from the front of private school entrepreneurs. I'll talk about it because when private schools came on the Ugandan terrain, I want to tell you what we used to do and what we are doing now. We used to carry examinations in paper cartons before private schools came on board. we give all examinations for the whole month, for the whole season to the head teacher. If you are the head teacher of Ntare like Chile, we give you the exams for the whole season. And we go back. Now, fast forward, when private schools came around, and they wanted to look at schools as a business. Right now, if I put a question paper here, and it is photographed using a phone, in 10 minutes, the whole of Uganda will have that paper. Now, can you have the luxury of leaving this question paper with the head teacher anymore? I want to say that the some of the head teachers we are dealing with around that time are still alive. But the terrain is more slippery than ever before. What happened? So, the first challenge you are going to have is, again with the private schools, they have both customers or clients from within Uganda and they have clients from outside Uganda. If our reporting mechanism is confusing the Ugandan parents, it's okay because they can't move away from Uganda, will they? They are Ugandans by default. If the Tanzanian who has been sending a child to Uganda has been looking at the reporting mechanism,
and the fellow is having flying colors, but now we are giving a flat recommendation, will the Tanzanian child still come to Uganda? Most likely.
Those who want may come and seek clarification, but those who don't have the time may change their learners from our system. So we have constant questions. Don't you think if you don't report the best of the best like we have been doing, we are now going to lose our learners? That's a challenge. But I want to say that much as we are bringing about this reform to improve the system, really our system is not conditioned on you having many students depending on the nature of our reporting. We want to report for the good of the country. Please bear with us even if it's not in your interest. We also have a problem of unreliable school-based assessment results. But we are going to put in inbuilt stabilization mechanisms. The mark you give will be monitored by all the agencies of the Ministry of Education. This is represented even at the district level. Your name will also be coming to see you generated this mark. Where did you get it from? If it is fake, sometimes we even have a way of proving whether you have those results. We can say we lost the first batch of the results that you gave, because some of you cook them as you move. And you don't know that you will ask you for another set. The second set that you give may be completely different from what he gave us before. Then we shall call you and say, yes, you are the same person, yes. This is your signature, yes. What happened? And you'll be carried forward for punishment, sanctions. Remember, we have the issue of now contracts where we can actually discontinue you or subject you to the teacher's code of conduct for questioning. We are likely to have that thing abused, especially where people are lacking in integrity. Unfortunately, we cannot see the integrity on your face. We only see the face. But you are who you are when none of us is with you. But the faces I'm seeing, you are not those people to give us the fake school-based assessments. Our officer whom you saw there is the officer in charge of continuous assessment. And she has hit the ground already, collecting data for those who are now undertaking the lower secondary school reform. Any success or failure of a program or innovation or reform depends on the extent to which the teacher is happy or unhappy. I want to ask you, without calling for answers, are your teachers teaching now, especially the arts teachers, or they are only in class? You dare HE when he comes. Are your teachers in your respective schools, especially the arts teacher, are they teaching or they are only in class? Fortunately, the Ministry of Education officials are here. I want to tell you something that I saw, which is a cause for concern. And I want my fellow policy makers and implementers here to listen. Before COVID, parents were enthusiastic in knowing what was going on at school. After COVID, some parents really don't want to go because it's an increase in the cost of their operation. When we released the timetable for this year, we said parents can go and check on the registration whether the children are registered or not. They said, these people are inviting us for meetings, which are even more important than the timetable and registration. We are not going. Are you going to put inducements when you go? Those are some of the questions we are getting from parents. When it came to the closure of the 2 years of our education, schools, education institutions, parents suffered most. Personally, I paid the fees 3 times, and my child never studied for the fees. Now, if they now increase the fees, I'm not saying you increase, but I will bleed internally, but I have bled enough. Now, when the teachers went on strike, I did not hear any parent saying, teachers, go and teach our children. They kept quiet. Did you hear the silence? Implementers, what does that mean? What does it mean if you beat the child so hard and the child doesn't cry? So, all I'm saying that the commitment of the teachers, their welfare, their level of motivation will either make this program succeed or fail. All I'm calling for is continuous constructive dialogue between the policymakers and implementers and you, the people who are here, to absorb the shock as the elephants fight in different fields. If the teachers are not on board, then all our assessment and curriculum reforms will hit the dead end. I am even worried. I'm even worried because school-based assessment involves a lot of record keeping. And you need to know the learner much better than you have been knowing them now. Collect all the data and it's a lot of work. Now, when you are not sure of whether you have supper, I don't know what records you have to. I go to church regularly. And what was a common feature in churches that they would make the first collection, the tithe. Second collection, Thanksgiving. Third collection, because the bishop wants to visit us. Third, whatever fundraising. And people really look out of place. Now, the church has also learned that they can have church projects to supplement the meager income from the parishioners. In the same vein, government may not give us enough. at your school level, can you help out? You have school learning, which is like you can see it, the work of your school. Some of you, like in Ntare, I don't know how many cows Brother Jim is keeping on the compound of Ntare school. He has escaped because he was going to ask that question. I don't know how many acres of Matoke are on your empty school land, where you can even allow teachers to use that at their. All I'm saying that nobody in this country, as far as I know, is paid enough that they deserve. So you have to look for other possible sources which are not out of the ordinary. School-based assessment and the entire reform process, the challenge is that reform involves a lot of money. It involves a lot of money, and that's why we are also saying government has come in, development partners have come in, and so on. And then there are some costs that we shall incur through possibly private-public partnership when we appeal to our immediate communities. We also need to plan together, monitor the system together, and evaluate the same system. Whether it is curriculum reform and the way it is unfolding, assessment reform and the way it is unfolding, all these activities must be properly planned and more implemented and monitored. And that requires a lot of other financial and human resources. Then we are going to have the grading, which I talked about. We shall continue with a robust communication system so that people understand why we are changing the grading system. And they possibly buy into it. And if they don't understand that we need more engagement, we shall continue professionally, sensitize them, and interact with them. We definitely expect for any change that there will be some element of dissenting voices and discord and discontent. That is normal. Even when good things are being introduced for the purposes of the public, there is always that roadblock to change. Those of you who come from Uganda may understand why coffee is called chiboko in Uganda. Because much as it was
for the economic development, they resisted the growing of coffee. And they called it chiboko because people were beaten. So every change, however good it is, will always be resisted. We have a problem of large classes. The student-teacher ratio is high.
And we sometimes have staff ceilings where we cannot increase the number of teachers per available pupils. It becomes worse when we are saying we want to go practical. Some people may be in a hall like this, and the teacher who is also teaching has a microphone. Now when they come to perform an experiment, they are always spectating. And the teacher will only demonstrate from a distance. And other people don't know. They only saw people bringing this jug and tying it in this one and so on. In most cases, we have found that people who are doing experiments for UNEM are handling test tubes for the first time in their lives. So as we engage the learner and shorten the time for the learning, can we use some of that time to pass through experiments and practical work for the learner so that they are engaged? We also have problems of the special education needs learners. We have bring this innovation. These people are visually challenged, yes. Physically incapacitated. Have we catered for them through the system and even during this innovation? The gifted learners are among the most neglected. Does one have to stay 7 years in primary when they can sit PLE at P5 if they are gifted? Some of our learners are more intelligent than the teachers that they are interfacing with. But because of our system, they have have to stay in school for 4 years for O-level, 7 years for primary, and 2 years. I am engaging them, and I have also engaged the director when it comes to issues of how do we treat the gifted child, because I appeared in their commission. Should we make this child stay in school even for those days? If we are saying it's a waste to repeat, isn't it also a waste to keep somebody in school for that long when the child can be accelerated in terms of commission? All of those are questions. The assessment instruments that we have need to be modified or adopted to the needs of these learners with special education needs. The other challenge that we envisage is the issue of poor storage and retrieval of the students' marks at the school level. Sometimes even when we come to the head teacher's office, when we are validating our centers, getting a teacher's file, and yet there are only 15 teachers in the school, becomes next to impossible. How about now when we are talking about children's marks? If you can't have that rapid response, which is a staff of 15, how about the student cohort of 150? So we are fearing the issue of storage and retrieval of the learners. Then, as if that's not enough, we have what I may term nomadic students. Today the fellow is in Ntare. Next day, Bara High School. When they ask anything, you need a rainbow paper. Bara Secondary School. Next day, when now they say, you are supposed to come dressed in school uniform and whatever and so on, the fellow doesn't even have money for uniform or whatever, and that's why he wants to retire from school. Constantly on move. I want to ask you, do you have a mechanism as head teachers for admitting students who have moved from other schools? Do you? Do you? Do you ask for a recommendation of the learner from the school they have been to? Is that management? And then you find that the learner you are admitting in your school led the strike in the school where he was. You only do background check when your school is back. Who is the problem? The learner or you? Now, if somebody has defected by leaving and paying the fees, will you submit the results of that child to your name so that there is a continuity in the records, or you hold on to the marks? So what happened? There are those who transition from one school to another through good channels, but there are others. We have, as a Minister of Education and the sister agency said, yes, we are going to put in a monitoring and evaluation mechanism for school-based assessment and have the regulatory frameworks in terms of laws, policies, and strategies to make sure that what you submit at school level is in tandem with what is reflected in terms of the learners' competencies. We also want functional storage and retrieval mechanism in the school, where we shall have the schools being possibly facilitated to have one computer also, or go to the nearest internet, so that they can upload data just like we uploaded the registration. For nomadies, we are saying we are going to have what we call learner identification number, LINs. We already have a dialogue with the Ministry of Education, our mother ministry, to say that there will be a learner identifier. And that's why we are working with the NIRA and relevant agencies to put this in place so that if a learner moves, we know where the learner has gone. Whenever they log in, they are supposed to log in with their learner identification numbers. Yes, we are saying the teachers need to be motivated. They have helped us when we have now shortened the school hours. We need to continue the appraisal system and motivation mechanisms so that once the teacher is happy, then we shall move together with them. One way of motivating the teachers is through continuous capacity building. Where we can, as UNEP, we shall do that kind of capacity building through a training of all our contracted professionals at our cost. I want to say that we have been benchmarking. We have hosted 4 examining bodies from June to August this year, from Kenya, from Zambia, from Lesotho, and Zimbabwe. But what is coming now is that UNEP is a very masterful organization, because in most of those countries, people who come to training with UNEP of their place pay their own training costs. But for us, in our humble way, we shall continue sharing the little that we have to train you at our cost for the good of this country. We have to modify instruments that we are using so that the performing arts are evaluated, as well as the attitudes and values we are talking about, so that we capture the value or the character component in our assessments, like we say. And it is only when we do the capture that we have to agree as a country. Having captured the character, what do we use it for? You are competing for the same job. Somebody is better in character than you. Can that person get the job before you do? The moment you start actualizing that, then people will start behaving responsibly. We need to have efforts stepped up for catering for the needs of learners with special education requirements. For the first time, UNEP has even gone out of the way to produce our timetable for the first time in Braille this year. So we shall continue catering for the varied interests, leave alone those who require large prints. We also have made their timetables, like we showed you the time when we did that. And we're also calling upon collective effort with the Ministry of Education so that we can extend the frontiers for private and public partnerships. I want to say that we need to implement our strategies in a way that is within the context of Uganda's socio-economic and political context, or a political environment. We should bite what we can chew. Let's not copy and paste, because Uganda has its own peculiar environment. There is need for us to continue the sensitization process, and that's why we are making you as head teachers or administrators to understand the principles behind this reform, and the advocacy and the communication with relevant stakeholders also must continue from us now to you, and from you to the people that you lead. It is through that cascading model of communication that we shall be able to really change the mindsets which may form a roadblock to our development or advancement and unless they are controlled. As a matter of conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to say that when we transition from non-criterion reference assessment, this is not to say that this is a panacea for correcting classroom deficiencies, that we have got the magic bullet. No. We are moving in the right direction, but that assessment alone has to be supported by other actions which are to be undertaken by the different stakeholders. What we are saying, as we undertake all these assessment and curriculum reform in our country, we should look at what is realistic and feasible, so that we manage all the dissenting voices and we look at what is realistic in terms of what we ought or not to achieve. Short of that, it will be another change, but with no visible outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you so much. It has been a pleasure. Thanks for listening.
Let us put our hands together for James Turiateva for the good presentation. We're going to do it in a patriotic way. Asante sana. Ongeza tena. Thank you very much, James. Colleagues, you will realize that this is one area that has been confusing many of us in our various schools. Because of the reform that has come, he has ably made us to understand it well, and in most of the areas he gave emphasis on actualization of the soft skills. He gave us the prospect, the challenges and recommendations which are all good, and therefore this reform has come to stay. It is now our responsibility that we get converted and take the reform the way it has come. And if we do that, then I know there will be a success in the reform that has come on board. Let's clap for ourselves. I've seen we have also been very attentive participants. Let's clap for ourselves for having attended. And I think this marks the end of my sharing on the session. Thank you very much. I'm humbled again to be given the opportunity to invite Doctor to come in front here and decorate our presenter with the Asshu let me invite James Turiateva to come, with Doctor to come here and decorate James, and then Nsubuga. And our trustee, who is our trustee, Dr. Nsubuga, yes.
Yes, thank you so much for this very, very important part of the reform of our education system. I think it has been a
going to decorate the director NCDC. Please.
But most importantly, she's at the heart of the education reform of this country. If you don't get it right at NCDC, this reform will fail. So you are, the Ugandans are looking at party. You and the examiners are very instrumental because your two systems are the reasons why our people have had the wrong mindset all these years.
Again, before you go, I'm going to request you to take the floor on behalf of the trustees.
My colleague, the trustee, Asshu, and a member of the Commission, Education Commission, the director in CDC, secretary from UNEP, and officials from the Ministry of Education and Sports, the head teachers, deputy teachers, and all of you who are here. Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank the Almighty for the gift of life and for enabling us to be here together, and for this very, very important and noble cause for this country. In a special way, I'd like to thank the chairperson and the executive members of Asshu for a well-organized function, well-attended function of this one, and very educative. Looked at the agenda. Also thank our host, Belway, for I think for the hospitality. I can say everybody looking very well. Well, I'm told to have a severe time constraint, and I want to use as little time as possible. But I have two quotes while here. I have the trustee of Asshu quote, but when I attended the executive committee meeting, and I expressed my disappointment that the submissions we got at the Educational Policy Commission, there was nothing from the head teachers of secondary schools of this country. I must have tell you, it was disappointing because if I can get submission from the farmers, from the fishermen, from the traders and so on, and we are not tapping into the brains around here, then it's unfortunate. So we agreed with the executive that you are going to prepare a submission. Sincerely, you need to have one so that because what we are doing, reforming or overhauling or reforming the education system in this country for the next many years, our current policy through the government white paper of 1992 has been there for the last 20 years. So, although we may retain a few things there and there, but what you are doing is very fundamental and coming at a very good stage. So much so that really the representation of ideas from the EU is very, very critical. I have prepared there's some information here regarding what you are looking at the Education Policy Commission, but in the interest of time, I
I can't go through it because there are two other presentations that are very critical that you need to listen to. So I'm going to leave this behind. And now that you have up to Saturday, I hope you find time to maybe address this subject. Let me start by going just a few things in respect to my quote. The first quote I talked about. Like Mandela said, that it's education that can change society, that can change the lives of people. And also, the late and his team premised the educational paper with a saying that you can never have a better quality of people better than the quality of the education system of the country. In other words, if you have a poor education system, the product is selected also. Similarly, as they say, no quality of teachers can be better than the quality of the education system. And so that's why you are very, very, very instrumental in this whole chain of change. This country, close to 70% of the population are youth, below 35 years. A big percentage, close to 50%, are in school. In teachers of secondary schools, you are in charge of a very, very critical segment of this youth. When you look at the age bracket of the learners you have, these are very energetic, very chaotic. They are prone to learning, to change. They are gullible in a way that they always want to challenge the status quo and many other attributes. And therefore, if this country is to register a fundamental change in the next generations, this class of people you are in charge of are very, very, very instrumental. And that's why the change of your mindset is very, very important. Because there is no way we shall register change in our education system unless those in charge, those are the field commanders, you people who are in the field, unless you change your mindset and you are ready to change, that's when you shall be able to change the system here. I used to say when I was still with you as commissioner and the director, that you cannot talk of Grace here, Dr. Grace was talking about critical thinking and creativity among learners. You can't have learners, you can't impart critical thinking and creativity within learners if the teachers themselves are not creative. Because you can't give what you don't have. You can't have teachers who are creative if the teachers are not creative. Because you are the patrons, you are the supervisors. So the whole of this system is like that. So that's why I said you are very, very important, you are very instrumental, you are very critical in this change, this reform. And unless you are on board, I think things are not going to be very, very, very good. So please better come on board. The other point, in terms of the trustee, we have agreed with Rose. For me, I have to go back to Kampala today because tomorrow I have an important meeting which I cannot miss. Rose is still around, is going to make a free submission from the trustees. But permit me to only highlight one small point, not small, actually, very important point. In this world, legacy is a very important aspect of life. And wherever we have been, wherever you are, it is always important to ask ourselves, if I left tomorrow, what is it that we are leaving behind? Those of you who are head teachers today, those of you who are leaders of Asshu today, what legacy are you going to leave if you leave office, if you leave the schools, and you are no longer there? And it is really unfortunate if we cannot say that this is a landmark of our existence as executives or as members of Asshu. And therefore, when we made the executive meeting, we did emphasize the issue of having a historic plan, but above all, if it's up and running, by the time all of you maybe either retire or go to do other things and so on. It is very, very important. Yesterday, somebody came and told me that since you are a veterinary educationist, we have a program of training these girls and boys who are going for jail in the Middle East and wherever. So I was whispering to my colleague Rose here, that by the way, apart from the school environment, education and learning, there are many things out there which require your expertise, which require your skills and competences. Like for example, if Asshu had a leadership center, free leadership center, these kind of programs you can always conduct. And as many of us get retired, you don't need to go rearing ducks only, but you can rear ducks, grow trees, as well as contribute to the country by training many other Ugandans, and even non-Ugandans. So this concept of a leadership center is very instrumental, very critical. Not really leaving a legacy, but that is something that is going to continue helping this country. So put in your brains, put in your support the executive to ensure that it is really done. I know it has a lot of financial implications, but even 1,000 steps, start by one step. I'm sure when you start on it, very soon, you should be up and running. The other organization, I am part of, there's an organization I founded myself personally. Some of you may know, it's called Keynote. But just through savings of our operations, we are building a center. And it's not just one organization alone. We are building a leadership center, training center, and it is possible, it is doable. So I cannot imagine this population I'm looking at failing to put up something of that nature. I rest my case. The rest will be talked to you by my colleagues, Regina and Ross. Then finally, permit me to just I've already talked about the need for Asshu to make a case so that there is record that while making the new reform of this country, the head teachers 2022 made a submission to this, or made an input in this. And I thought just to bring on board, this is a big paper. If funds are allowed, I just request the chairman to just talk up for each member, so that even when you go back, you can still make even video submissions if you want. The details of this in 1 minute or two, I promise to be very brief. Just to tell you that the Ministry of Education and Sports, facilitated by 7, constituted the Education Processing Commission under Keynote number 5, 2021, and which commenced last year in May. The mandate of the Commission is to inquire into the effectiveness and relevance of education policy, the achievement of the education needs of users, and goals of government under the following terms. Of course, the terms are many, I don't want to go into them, but one of them is to investigate and inquire into the implementation of the government white paper, which I've already talked about. The Kajuni team did a lot of work. We have just finished reviewing what they did, which we were able to implement and which were not implemented, but there are a lot of good work. So we are doing that. Then the other is to inquire into the existence of policies, curriculum, teaching assessment, placement, planners, etc. Like Mr. Fiajan was explaining to you at Grace, when I retired, I was related that I was given a consultancy by DFID. DFID is the Department for International of UK to do an assessment of the reform, assessment and examination reform of this country, to do a study on how to reform examination and assessment of this country. And that will give me some time to read more about. And that's when I discovered, which I had never discovered, that actually the education system of this country had gone a bit astray because of the nature of examination and assessment of are having. Because exams and assessment, we are driving what teachers teach and what learners learn. And inhibiting the learners to learn what is useful to themselves, what is useful to the society. And that's why increasingly we got into a mismatch between what is taught at secondary schools, universities, and what is required in the world of work, the labor market. And increasingly that went on, the gap kept on increasing up to today. And I can assure you this country is in terrible danger if this system does not change. So, like I've been telling you, and I'm telling you also, there is need to change the mindset of our people, the teachers, the parents. I know with the privatization of education, liberalization of education, it's going to take a bit of time. But are you people, the educators, if you insist, for example, on the integrity of the teachers, doing the right things and so on and so forth, I think the rest will come on board automatically. So please support these reforms so that we have an education that answers the needs of our learners, that answers the needs of the country, and eventually it will be the education that will develop this country and our next generations. Like I promised, I think the rest can be circulated. I'm going to stop here, but I was given a task to invite next week. Is that okay? Or you want to speak to it?
Ladies and gentlemen, can we clap for our very own? Definitely we should have lost a lot if we didn't talk. We have a summarized summary, but before then, of course, we're organizing for tea. Could I call her to come here? Let's stand up a bit. Let's stand up a bit. Put your file on your. Can we stand up kindly? Put your file on your seat. We want to see whether we have listened very well. Are you looking at me? Yes, I'm going to request her to hold this mic. So I want to see whether we are following the instructions before Stephen Lager comes in with a summary. If I say, do this, you do it. Do this, you do it. If I say, do that, you don't do it. Okay? Are you looking at me? If I say, do this, you do it. But if I say, do that, don't do it. Is that okay? Okay, okay. Let's begin. Do that. I said do this, and you have to be very big and say like something. Okay, do this. Do this. Do that. Finally, let us begin. Can you hold your hands? Do that. Can we go Stephen Langer to summarize this for us? Langer, please. It's quite a very, very good paper. And meanwhile, we are getting tea, but kindly, and of course, Stephen Langer does not need any introduction. We had him in recovery, and I know you'll be very quick. Then later on, we shall have his whole paper. Stephen Langer, please. Thank you.
The leadership of the Association of Secondary School Head Teachers, leaders from the Ministry of Education, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Stephen Langer, and I'm the Executive Director of Family Life Network, an organization that is working to help bring restoration of family values and morals in a society. My personal background is I trained as an electrical engineer from Nairobi University, Kenya.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry for the interruption, but I'd like to appreciate us, Asshu, Mr. Ntare James, on behalf of UNEP for the presentation that he has led. And the close relationship that they have been having, UNEP has been having with Asshu. You remember earlier, it was difficult to ask them to rank a list the fees defaulters. Now they are very cooperative. Mr. Stephen Nanga, they have said your presentation is good. That even before they hear, they want to appreciate it. And so they have requested that you accept this gift. The director NCDC, they asked me that I should have decorated you, but I'm told you have already been decorated. So once more, we give her a round of applause. Decoration means that you keep Asshu in the heart. We are ready to continue with the partnership.
Thank you very much. I'm really humbled. I mean, you haven't heard what I'm going to say, but I'm really, really humbled. Yes, I've got a presentation, which I'm going to put up. But just first of all, really a word of appreciation to you, ladies and gentlemen, for the great, great, great work that you're doing. The work that I do works with parents, works with families, and as parents and families, we are stakeholders in the education of our children. And I know that you hardly hear voices from parents, but really, I want to stand here representing parents, and on behalf of them, say a big thank you to you for the work you're doing with our learners, with our children, and for being able to handle the situation during the time of COVID. Things were difficult, things were terrible because you are first dealing with your own self, and then you have learners to deal with. So really, I want to go on record for appreciating you all very, very well and very much on behalf of our parents and on behalf of families in our nation. I've been asked to talk about masqueraders between the rock and the hammer. Who will save our modern, or rather, yes, our modern students? It's a very, very serious topic. Let's move to the next slide. Yes, that slide is my wife and I. That is when we celebrated our 36th wedding anniversary. Yes, I'm a married man with the 2 adult children. Our daughter is already married, and we are the proud grandparents of 3 grandchildren. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's move on. Now, before we talk about the learner, we need to just say something about just a minute, let me get yes. We need to define some terms. Masquerade what one is not. And then between a hard rock and a hammer is being in a very, very dangerous and life-threatening situation. So what this tells us, the topic that I was given, what it tells us is that here is a child in the middle here, down is a rock, up is a hammer. And this child is pretending that things are fine with them, and yet in actual fact, they are in a very, very dangerous situation and in a life-threatening situation, but they don't realize it. That's the picture that I get, and that's the picture we want to start with. A learner in that dangerous, deadly situation between two terrible, terrible things that will crush them and finish them. That is the picture I want us to have in mind as we talk about this child and what can be done to help safeguard that child. Now, you need to know what kind of child, what kind of world the child is living in today. Okay? That child is living in a totally different generation from you. Can you go to the next slide, please? Totally different, bombarded by all kinds of technology and so on, and I really don't want to waste time talking about all this. Let's move to the next slide because we see you know it, and there's no need to really spend time on that. These students are exposed to all kinds of information, to the global culture, to drugs, to homosexuality, to lesbianism, and all this. And the youth are totally exposed and there's loss of innocence. That's where the child is. Then, let's move further. This child is living at a time when we have a different kind of global conflict. I see most of us here are old enough. We saw the Cold War, which was really a conflict which was an arms race. You know, who has a bigger army? That's where it was. But today, it's not who has a bigger army, but today it's an ideological warfare. Whose ideas will society run on? Whose ideas will people take? And the British Prime Minister during the Second World War, Churchill, said that empires of the future will not be empires of territory, but empires of the mind. In other words, somebody will hold territory, but somebody else will determine what they think, what they eat, what they teach their children, when they go to sleep, and all that. So in essence, the person who is controlling them is the one who is ruling, or who is really holding the say. Much as somebody may physically be holding, but somebody else is. So you can see that because of that, every ideology, every agenda is focusing on the children. Why? They're easily manipulatable, they're easier to deceive, they are many, they're easily reachable, especially in the education system. Just use a tick on the curriculum and the whole generation, just a tick or just a word or just an agenda in the curriculum. Even if I'm not there, just walk away. It's already done. Already done. Because they put it there. So that's where so in a way, you are involved in this ideological warfare, whether you are aware of it or not. Because there are people, there are agencies, there are interest groups who are interested in influencing you in order to reach the learner. Okay? In order to reach the learner. Because whoever will reach the learner, give them 5, 10 years, are going to be laughing all the way to the bank, as the expression says. Going to be laughing all the way because those guys are going to come out of there, are going to demand whatever they are saying, and you find yourself with a totally changed world before you realize it. So this is happening today, and our learners are in the middle of it. In the middle of it. And you need to know, therefore, that we live in a world now where it is ideas that run the world. It is not money that runs the world. It's not arms that runs the world. It is ideas. Because arms will follow those ideas. And money will follow those ideas. So, we need to understand this as people who go to learners or who. Then, there's a race for our children, for these young people. We keep seeing races all the time. On your marks, they say, go. 100 meters. The child is there. And there are several people on your marks, get set here. I've listed some of them there. You can see. Homosexuals, pornographers, drug traffickers, rapists, revilers, sugar daddies, sugar mummies. Child traffickers continue. Child traffickers. Next slide. Satanists, Satan worshippers, radical feminists, mafia, all this are on your marks, get set, go. The child is there. The child is there. Do you see the predicament of a child of today? Do you realize that even entertainment is no longer innocent? When we were children, there was innocent entertainment. There's no longer innocent entertainment. Even cartoons contains agenda, contains strategy, somebody's strategies. So do you see the predicament this child is in? This child is in a terrible problem. So what's the problem? And this is where I call on my engineering knowledge. Next slide. You know, as engineers, one of the things that really has happened, even in the work I'm doing now, is that in engineering, you must understand the principle. If you don't understand the principle, you cannot do engineering. For example, engineers who do aerodynamics, those are the people who make planes, they've understood the principle. And they can build a plane of 400 tons and it will fly over the Atlantic. It will not drop in the ocean. Why? Because they've understood the principle. And they followed it. And they're sure it will not fall down. Because they've understood the principle. In engineering, you don't gamble. Either you know it, you know politics. They know politics. Either you know it when you got it right, or it will fail. I'm told one time, NASA, this is the people who send the plane, the spacecraft. The engineers warned, please don't take off in warm weather. It should be very cold, then you take off. Because there are some seals which, if the temperature is a bit more, engineers said don't. But the bosses, with PR and what have you, and the media is there, come on, let's go. Let's go. Astronauts, get in, let's go. On the ship. The engineers are, guys. What happened? Upon takeoff like this, boom! Explosion. All are killed. The engineers are warned, don't take off in this weather. Let it be a little cool. Then you take off. Because you need to understand the principle. And I've carried that principle in the work that I'm doing. So now I work with people. In fact, people say that I'm now doing social engineering. That's what people say. But the principle is the same because even in social, you need to understand the principle. What makes people behave the way they behave? What makes them tick? What makes them do ABC? Once you understand that, then it's possible to see what the problem is and so on. So here we go. What's the problem of all this? There are 4 problems. 1, there are broken marriages, family, and broken family relationships. Who is responsible for that? We, the parents. Secondly, there are broken moral systems. And we have situations where the world is saturated by sexuality. And then we have that so-called comprehensive sexuality education, which we keep reading about and so on. Who are responsible? We, the parents, are, schools, and the government, all the 3. Then, we also have an education system that needs a paradigm shift. Who are responsible for that? Still we, the parents, because as parents, we have a say. We are stakeholders in the education, then education institutions, and government. Fourthly, there's need to appreciate the 3 foundational institutions in society, namely the family, the church, and the state. Who is responsible to give us the roadmap, the true data on that? The church. But today, I'll leave the 4th one. Let's work on the 3. So, first thing, let's analyze the problem with broken marriages and broken families and all that. What is the issue? Next slide. What's the issue? Next slide. Yes, continue. So let's first handle broken families and so on. The first thing to note is that the family provides a safe space that provides emotional stability necessary for stable, happy, and successful life. Secondly, the family, or the quality of marriage and family and parenting, determines future generation. There's a saying that the hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that rules the world. Okay? And I want to mention a very important thing here, an important relationship between schools and parents. Schools, you do a great job. But I want to let you know today, as teachers and trainers, although that's going to come a bit later, but let me mention at this point. You need to know that you cannot replace the role of parents. Okay? Let me say that again. With due respect, you cannot replace the role of parents. The role of parents is irreplaceable. Why am I saying that? We all know that in farming, the biggest or the most important thing is the quality of the seed. Not the soil. Okay, the soil is there, maybe fertile, so, but if the quality of the seed is wrong, even if you have the most fertile soil, you will not succeed. Now, here's a scenario. The family and the parents are the ones who produce or who determine the quality of the seed that a child is. And then they bring to you, the educators. So that now with your education system, with all your expertise and so on, you make good out of the seed that families and parents gave to you. That's something you need to know. So what that means is that if the family brings fake seed to the school, no matter what you do, you can't make miracles to change the quality of that seed. That's a very, very important. And so this partnership is very, very important and very significant. That the parents, the families give you the quality of the seed. And when we work with families, we have them to make sure they bring up. I have a quotation which I should have quoted here, but it was from one of the previous headmistresses of Gaza High School, Madame Kisara. They were actually classmates with my wife. I went there one time I was addressing parents. At the end, she made a statement which is actually part of my presentation. She said, in my 31 years of experience as an educator, I have come to find out or to realize that the parent has the biggest role in determining the education, quality, and excellence of the child. In her 31 years, she's not just, and nobody saying this. This is one of your colleagues, and I'm sure a lot of you would say that. So, that means that the family, the quality of the family, the status of the family is very, very key in determining what that child is going to be. Thirdly, family is the cradle of civilization, the place where values, morals, and ethics and behavior is supposed to be inculcated. Why is that important? Why are values important? Well, the true story is told of the Chinese. They wanted to live in safety, so they decided to build the Great China Wall. Great China Wall. Because it was so high, you can't climb it, so thick, you can't break it. But in the first 100 years, the Chinese were attacked 3 times. And the enemy did not need to climb or do anything. All the enemy did was came with money and bribed the gate. And they entered. Imagine all this asset of building the wall. So what is the moral of that story? The moral of that story is that before building anything, you must first build human values, human morals, human character. They come before building anything else. Before you build your life, before you build your country, before you build your marriage, before you build your education, there's a need for building values, morals, and character. The former presenter, one of the former presenters, mentioned that, in those days, the examination would be given to head teachers for a whole month, and there was no problem. But today, you just put it here, and within 10 minutes, you say, why? Lack of values, morals, and character. Values, morals, and character. Move on. Now, studies have been done. Continue. Yes. Studies have been done. And they've said, or have found out, that all academic qualifications contributes only 15% of our success in life. Can you imagine? Mentioning this among educationists. Now, that doesn't mean that education is not important. No, it's important. What it means that we need perspective. The other 85% is depend on your character and your ability to relate with other people. Okay? If you don't have character, if you can't relate with other people, no matter how many degrees you have, you are useless to the organization and to society. The 15% may get you to a job, but to keep that job, you need the 85%. To keep a marriage, it's not the 15%, it is the 85%. To keep a marriage, to keep a job, leadership comes from the 85%. And all those are the things that are developed in the family. And that's why the family is very, very key and very, very important. Let's continue. This statement made a very, very important statement. Ladies and gentlemen, let's read it together. 1, 2, 3. Politics without principles, education without character, science without humanity, and commerce without morality are not only useless, but positively dangerous. Honestly. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, somebody's clapping. Clap for that. Yeah. I mean, that is profound. That is profound, ladies and gentlemen. asked me, where's your mask? Why are we putting on masks? Why was the whole society locked down? Why? Could it be science without humanity? Somebody knows this thing can kill, will kill people, but release it. That's a wicked heart. You know this thing can kill someone. You know it's going to destroy somebody. You see, science without humanity. This slide should sink in, ladies and gentlemen. We can't build a country. And you know, sometimes I just pity our leaders. They're trying their best, to help build the country. But without values, you entrust somebody to do something. Will they do it? Will they really do it? Will they really do it? You entrust them with money. Will they really keep it? Will they follow what you say? Values, morals, and character. Let's move on. It is true that as the family goes, so goes the nation. So what's the solution for families? The solution for families is sensitizing, training, mentoring, encouraging parents, and preparing adequate future parents. Okay? Training, knowledge is what we need. The Book of Wisdom says, my people perish because of lack of knowledge. Not lack of academic knowledge, but lack of knowledge about how life works. Secondly, and this is very, very important, and touching you directly, let's analyze the problem of the broken moral system and the sex-saturated world. Some of you have expelled children who have been into homosexuality and that kind of stuff. I don't blame you. But let me help you analyze this one. And because you are who you are, and you handle these young people, and literally 75% of the population is in your hands, is in the hands of you wonderful people here. Because of that, let me walk you through this. Why is morality important? Continue here. Why is morality important? Let's first define it. Define it? Yes. Let's read that. What's morality? 1, 2, 3. Is a set of customs of a given class which regulate relationships and prescribe modes of behavior to enhance the group's life. Now, common sense will tell you, by just reading that definition, go that from dictionary, that there must be a connection between morality and the survival of any group. Common sense will tell you. Let's continue. Next slide. Well, two world-class social scientists actually proved through studies they did that actually this is true. The first one was a British guy by the name of DJ Unwin, and the other one was a Russian guy, Sorokin. They found out that civilizations take that curve you see there, starts in a small way, rises quickly to prominence, reaches a plateau, and then goes down. And they found out that two things always happen before the collapse of any civilization. Those two things continue are spiritual corruption and inevitably followed by moral corruption. Okay? Those two things will bring down any civilization. And they found out that between that point where the spiritual and moral corruption begins to decline to total breakdown takes between 30 years and 66 years. Okay? Mark those. Meaning that no civilization has ever lasted 100 years with immorality. None. Let's continue. Look at the conclusion that Dr. B.J. Anwi, after studying 86 cultures spanning the 5,000 years of human recorded history. That was the conclusion. Let's read this conclusion. 1, 2, 3. In human records, there is no instance of a society retaining its energy after complete new generation has inherited a tradition which does not insist on sexual purity, that's another, or faithfulness in marriage. Period. Period. After studying society, you've not brought out even any religious book. No. Just studying society and seeing they're doing this, they're doing this. If they're doing this, it is going to lead here. Just studying society. Now, look at what Sorokin, the Russian, he went into the Americas in the 60s, and you know it's in the 60s that the sex revolution started in America. And he saw what they're doing. And he was like, you guys, are you mad? Are you crazy? Don't you see that you're committing voluntary suicide? Can't you see, guys, are you crazy? You Americans, are you crazy? Look at the second point there. He's as though he was a prophet. He predicted that there would be population decline, increase in divorce, increase in family desertion, and an epidemic of sexual promiscuity resulting in the rise of illegitimate children. Is it happening? Yes! Yes. Yes. Some of us follow the politics in the US. Why is the Biden administration opening the southern border? If you want to go to America now, you just find your way through the southern border. You enter. They'll put you in a bus or they'll put you in a plane, you go, they'll give you a mobile phone, they'll give you whatever. Why are they doing that? Because the population decline. Population decline. Why is Canada giving people green card? Green card. You want to go to Canada, especially professionals like you. You want to go to Canada? Green card. Why? Population decline. Because of unrestrained sexual activities. Look at his conclusion. Let's read Sorokin's conclusion. No, go back. Yeah, that last one. 1, 2, 3. Was convinced by studies he carried out that tobacco can only survive if strong families exist and sexual activities are restricted to within marriage. Period. Period. This is science. It's not games. Science. It's not politicking. Science. Let's continue. Look at that quotation which I found out. Now you guys there, be on, quickly. You can follow me, keep alert. Look at that. Let's read it 1, 2, 3. The foundation of any human civilization is a moral and healthy sexual constitution. Everything else is window dressing. These are very strong words. Everything else is window dressing. Mess with anything else, don't mess with sex. Don't mess with sex. Continue, go to the next one. You look at that. You look at that. Morality is actually a national security matter. It's not a game. It's not a game. And wrong information on sexuality can actually turn out to be a weapon of mass destruction. sexuality education. I've got a long quotation there, but don't bother to read it. Don't bother to read it. But essentially, I'll just tell you that it is actually a gay rights indoctrinating sex education curriculum that seeks to change the sexual and gender norms of society. That's what it seeks to do. We don't have time to read the rest, okay? Now, let's continue. I've got 15 points which can help you identify comprehensive sexual education in any curriculum. I'll give you my contact at the end and I can give you that. But since you are who you are, it is important for you to understand where does this thing come from, because you know the root of something is very, very important. It begins with this gentleman called Alfred Kinsey. Continue. Yes, that guy there. That guy in 1948 brought out a study called Sexual Behavior in the Human Male. It was actually a fake study. It was not true studies, but a fake study. And it is out of his study that the present day sex education or sexual education came from. You see a table on your right there, and that talking about that table breaks my heart, because on that table, Alfred Kinsey got rapists and gave them stopwatches and said, rape these kids here, and let's see how fast they either reach, orgasm or whatever. I mean, even saying it is so pathetic. But those were the studies he got, and it was based on that study that he said, oh, actually children are sexual from birth. That's why you need to allow children to experiment with their sexuality. If they feel they are this, they are the other. It is this guy who has laid the foundation and the ideology of the sex education that you see, you hear about today, and that's what you see is happening in the Western world. It is this guy here. And imagine, he was actually a zoologist, was not even a medical doctor, but his fake studies, which were found out to be fake, were what informed sexuality education and all sexual studies in Western universities for 40 years. This guy here. And the whole gay machinery and the whole gay ideology came from this guy here, based on fake studies. Now, let's move on. How did sex education come about? It followed this route. In 1962, there was the Angel and Revita ruling by the Supreme Court. That ruling removed prayer from public schools. Removed prayer. Now, normally when the Supreme Court judges on something, it usually does so based on a certain authority. Okay? Based on this, or based on studies, or based on these findings, we therefore make this ruling. There was no study, there was no basis, there was no quoting of anything. Just out of the blue, the Supreme Court has decided prayer in school is illegal. After the blue, 1962. The following year, 1963, in Abington versus Shrimp, the Bible was removed. Bible reading was removed from the schools. It used to be there. It was removed. And this time they quoted the 1962 ruling. So based on that, therefore, prayer out. They're still moving. Go to the next one. 1964 is when the first sex education reached this classroom. And it was done by the Sexuality Information and Education Council of the United States, CIECAS. CIECAS was the body that was entrusted with the curriculum on sex education. Now, look at the people. First of all, look at the objective, that bullet number one. The objective was to teach humanism ideology as sex education. You see that? Teach humanism as sex education. And look at what the contributors, what their background was. They had backgrounds in humanism, communism, eugenics. Eugenics is the killing of one population group. They wanted to kill blacks. Eugenics, and that is clear. I mean, you do it history. For example, International Planned Parenthood. You just go and do your history and you see. Now, as though that's not enough, a few of them were even tied to Temple of Understanding and the Lucifer magazine. When I ring a bell, some people may not. But let's go to bullet number 2. Its early leader was Dr. Mary, that of Planned Parenthood. Bullet 3. The first money to fund this association was from Hugh Hefner. Hugh Hefner was a friend of Alfred Kinsey. Hugh Hefner is the guy who started Playboy magazine, the first pornographic magazine that was accepted in the Western world. It was pornography money that funded sex education. And they agreed with Alfred Kinsey. Alfred Kinsey is given the ideology, and Hugh Hefner does the practice. And Hugh Hefner, in a radio program, was interviewed, and he said, Jesus Christ brought spiritual liberation and freedom. He has brought sexual liberation. In a radio interview. That's what he rapped about. Now, look at the last bullet there. The technique they decided to use is called SAR, that is Sexual Attitude Restructuring. Sexual attitude restructuring makes you accept what you know is wrong. You know this thing is wrong, but once they teach you the way they're teaching you, and it is embedded in the curriculum, all of a sudden, there's nothing wrong with this. This looks okay. And yet you knew very well it was not okay. Let's move on. Experts on children education. At the time sex education came, knew, and you see their names there, they knew that what children needed to learn was things like learning to reason, submitting to authority, moral thinking, task achievement, self-actualization, mutual cooperation, and social interaction. Not sexual knowledge, not sex education. Not sex education. Now, why did they bring it? Let's continue. I don't have time to go through the next one. Okay, I don't have time for that one. Let's continue to the next one. Let's continue to the next one because of time. Now, here we are. I want to show you the impact of sex education. Those graphs show, it's just that it's a bit far, so you cannot see the years. But you can see that is sexually transmitted gonorrhea. It was kind of going down. Then, around there, that's when sex education began. It just began to show, shh. In fact, teenage pregnancy, which is the next one, teenage pregnancy, the next one, was actually reducing. There was no need for sex education. Why did they bring it? It was actually reducing. But once they started it, good thing they keep records, so you can see. Continue quickly. I don't have to go through all that, but you can see teenage pregnancies, single motherhood. Yes, single motherhood just shot up the roof from sex education. Continue. Yes, that one. Before there were no school rapes. All of a sudden with sex education, school rapes began to appear on the scene. Continue. There's a sad picture there. That is one of the saddest pictures that I've ever seen. You can't read what's up there, but let me read it for you. It says, Washington Democrats push mandatory LGBTQ focused sex education for kindergarteners. Kindergarteners. teaching a child this. But that is the destination of sex education. That is the destination of sex education. This is current news. It's not far away. This is current news. Move the next picture. In Africa, we are used to that. What is that? Boots on the ground. In American history, there had never been the need to bring soldiers on the ground or in the streets. The police would handle everything. For the first time now, boots has reached on the streets. Over 200 years of independence. It has never happened. Those who are following what's happening in America, you know that another thing happened just 2 weeks ago, which has never happened. The home of a former president has been raided. These are things that happen in third world countries. Not in America. The epitome of democracy, the epitome of republic. Do you see, guys? Do you see what Sorokin and Dr. DJ Anwin say? Some may say, oh, that's politics. Yeah. Huh? You look deeper. Let's continue as I go towards the end. In education, what do we need? We need a new paradigm shift. The present education focuses on academics, performance, but we need education that will help build character. Next, let's read that one. What Duke of Wellington said. 1, 2, 3. Educate men without religion, and you will make them but clever devils. I've just added VMC, that those are values, morals. Okay, they say religion, but really it is values, morals, and character. So educate somebody without values, morals, and character, and they're just teaching clever devils. Next slide. C.S. Lewis. Let's read what he said. 1, 2, 3. Education without values, as useful as it is, seems rather to make a man more clever. The next one, and this one is for teachers, specifically new teachers, very, very relevant to you. Somebody found this. It was found in the concentration camp where the Nazis were. It says, dear teachers. Okay, for those who can read, let me just read for you. It says, dear teachers, I'm a survivor of a concentration camp. My eyes saw what no man should witness. Gas chambers built by land engineers, children poisoned by educated physicians, infants killed by trained nurses, women and babies shot and burnt by high school and college graduates. So, I'm suspicious of education. My request is, help your students become human. Your efforts must never produce learned monsters, skilled psychopaths, educated illiterates. Reading, writing, arithmetic, and are only important if they serve towards making our children more humane. Yeah, clap, somebody's clapping. Yeah, more humane. And that's what they say. Make them better engineers, better people, better, even if they end up sweeping the street, let them be better people who sweep the street. Honest people, honest carpenters, honest husbands, honest wives. That's what we are saying. Or the author, okay, it was just found in a Nazi, okay, I don't have the author. Okay, maybe I can find it for you. I'm going to give my contact at the end, so anything you want further information on, you can ask me, and I'll give it to you. So, what are the solutions? Solution number one. What we need is a parent-led and parent-approved sexuality education in schools, whereby carefully selected teachers and trainers by parents-bodied teaches values based on purity, and that kind of stuff. In other words, we want to say the issue of sexuality education, you wonderful people. First of all, we are going to teach our parents to help the children themselves. But for you as schools, we don't want everybody to teach it, or the school just to teach it to pick anyone. No. We want to get people who have the moral authority, because teaching this thing, this messenger is as important as the message. If the teacher does not have the moral authority, then it won't work. You just be teaching, because teaching, this morality is not like teaching mathematics or teaching physics. No. Teaching morality, you the teacher are as important. And what we are saying is that we want to prepare those who are going to teach. First of all, we have a good selection system to see who should be taught, and then we teach them, and the ones who can now teach the students. Where we as parents are involved, we see the curriculum, we make the curriculum, we even train them. Okay? We train them. That's what we are proposing. Then two, for schools, we request that you start a program that you have which is called BANG, Becoming a New Generation. Let's continue. Quickly. BANG is actually becoming a new generation with values, morals, and character. And this is what I'm going to end with. The vision is there. Please, be quick. Next. Yes, be quick. And okay, that's the vision, building a new generation with the values of help who make Uganda a great nation. Next, the mission, we don't have to read. That's okay, but that's what they are doing. Now, there's a quick testimony. Let me end with this testimony. As we map out the way forward. Well, maybe it's not necessary because of time, but here's a young lady who shared. Let's go to the next page. Let me read the last thing she said. She went through our program. She said, though I'm not yet perfect, I'm certain I desire to live a life of a difference, a life of virtue, morals, and character. Unlike the past, whatever that's her name, whatever now has standards, principles, and values. The woman of integrity, the leader, businesswoman, model wife, and great mother is rising within me. Thank God for her, and it's surely changing lives. All right, what's the way forward? I'm proposing the following three things. Number one, I want to request schools that want to pilot or to experiment with what we are offering to sign up, and I'll give you my contact, WhatsApp, sign up. Then we will come or we will talk with your school. We see how we can help your teachers, how we can help your learners, and how we can help your parents, the whole package, so that we are all on the same page, helping the learner. And schools where we've done that, the behavior has gone up, performance has gone up, because all the stakeholders are heading in the same direction. And what I'm proposing is that those schools that are willing, we can do an experiment. We try out in the third term. We take your school through this program. And then we evaluate at the end of term. We evaluate. And our findings can then be shared, and we see how to actually roll this thing to more schools in the next year. That's what I'm proposing. Now, I want to end with the bank declaration. Now, in bank, we have, you know how the scouts, they have something that they vow or whatever, but they declare. Bank declaration, we have a declaration, which I want to end with. And so for now, I want you to pretend that you're a schoolboy, you're a schoolgirl. We have come to your school, and we are now ending with the bank declaration. So, next slide, please. Next slide, yeah. When declaring the bank, you put your right hand on your heart, the left hand in a salute form, and then you say. And it has 4 parts. The first one, all of you. Second one, only boys. Third one, only girls. Fourth one, everyone. So can you please stand up, please? Yeah, please stand up. Please stand up. Now, the guys behind there, gentlemen, you need to be very alert because, excuse me, whoever's controlling there, be very alert because when you finish reading one slide, you put the next one immediately. Okay, go to the slide, the first slide. All right, so let's put this hand on right hand on your heart, the left hand in the salute mode, and if you can read, let's go after 3. 1, 2, 3. We are becoming a new generation that has decided to live by our national motto, for God and my country. We know that our relatives, friends, and nation are counting on us to be the new generation that will build a new foundation for our national reconciliation, restoration, healing, and transformation. We choose to take on this challenge and to build our lives and character on values that are based on truth. Continue. We know who we are. We value our bodies. We honor marriage and family. We choose to keep our sexuality for the right time of marriage. We choose to be responsible, hardworking, and have a positive attitude towards life. We choose to live and get along with Ugandans of all tribes and races, irrespective of their political and religious backgrounds. We choose to avail ourselves to be part of the solution that our families, institutions, communities, and nation needs. We make a commitment to do our best at all times. We understand that it is a noble thing to put the interest of others and of the society around us before our own. Men, we are becoming a new generation of men who want to keep our word and the promises we make. We understand that it is our God-given duty to protect women and children wherever we are and never take advantage of them. Ladies, together, we are becoming a new generation that is asking God to help us not to take the easy, short, convenient, wrong path, but rather to take the long, difficult, complicated, inconvenient, and painful, but the right path, and not to settle for lies when the truth can be. We are becoming a new generation. Bam! So help us God. Clap for yourself. Yeah. So we encourage young men and women to live according to that. Now, please put the first page. Put the first page of the presentation so that people can see my contact. Put the first page. Put the first page. Yes. My contact is there. In case you can't read it, my phone is 0772 476 071. Let me say it again. 0772 476 071. And my email is very simple. StephenLanga@gmail.com. Stephen is StephenLanga. Let's hear from each other. Thank you very much and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much, Engineer Langa.
that clapping is too much, but we could double it, yes, because it has not only impacted us, but it has food for the next generation. Thank you so much. In the meantime, we are serving our evening tea. It could be served at some of us, depending on an individual. And we thank you so much. From the MC department, this could mean the end of today's sessions. But as you take your tea, we promise some capella of what is likely to happen tomorrow in dinner. Both sounds. Members, I'm glad to advertise that disco is mine, and as a teacher, I'm proud to call it ours. And the DJ behind is that the machines was a teacher, but now a veterinary doctor, stroke carpenter, stroke preacher, stroke DJ. Multitasking. So please don't go. More music as we prepare for tomorrow. Can we give God a very big hand clap for everybody who has to start? Is the Alpha and the Omega. My brother here has an announcement.
Thank you very much, Olip. I know you're tired, but I would like to appreciate you for having completed day 2. Our program for day 3 tomorrow is like this, although we will also share with you in our various platforms. 8 to 9 a.m. we will continue with registration and accreditation. From 9 to 9:45, there will be wrap-up of all ministry and sport presentation, and resolutions will be given to us right here. Then from 9:45 to 11 a.m., we shall have COVID tests, which will be conducted from our venue here. And then after that, we shall have a health break. From 11 to 1, we will have our AGM business, which will be running right inside here. Then we will go for lunch from 1 to 2. Then 2 to 3:30 p.m. Electoral Commission will provide guidelines to election, which will be done here. Then from 3:30 to 5:30 p.m. we will have elections. Election will take place. Then 7 p.m. we shall have our dinners. And we should not forget with our cards, the accreditation cards we will use for tomorrow exercise. And make sure you carry it along with you because it is going to be very important. Thank you.
Take a cup of tea before you stand adjourned, and take some music with you as well, as part of our fun.
DJ Haruk.